Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, John Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M Iron26, Endless, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fiber Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Life is Short, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their conversation while I set up for today's live show.
The circuit of the sun is moving quicker. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't see it really. Well, if it is there, I'm not seeing it at the moment. Let's just say it like that. Hello, Tenth and Elijah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Feeling better?
Getting there.
Are you passing it on to Nathan now?
Yeah. Every year the flu. I get it. I skip like 3-4 years, then I get it. Then I skip 3-4 years and I get it.
Sounds like me.
I have a time-lapse immune system blocker.
See, even Tent is saying time is moving differently.
Yeah, it just flew by.
Ah, boy. You guys hear anything about that Gassara thing? That sounds familiar to anybody? I
There's
guess
a
not.
song. There's a song called Que Sera Sera, but I don't know about this.
No, this is talking about the Great Reset. Nasara. Let me read it correctly.
I did it this morning with my internet box. I did a reset. I know what you're talking about, Neil. Everyone's talking about it. It's nothing new.
It's a bunch of crap, right?
If it's
No,
something
they're
everybody
fake.
talks. Sorry, Tenth.
No, I was just going to say it's obviously connected to the Carl Schwab and the One World Order and all this crap. So
I'll say this. If it's something everybody's talking about, and there's that saying, it's easier to fool somebody than convince them of the truth, right? You kind of add 2 and 2 together, and you're like, oh, wait a second. If people are easily deceived, and even the Bible says this, right? Like if few be that find a way to life, right?
Well, it's not.
Then
It's not everybody, though.
no, when we say everyone's talking about it, I'm saying people who my everybody in that context is not everybody, because the normies aren't even aware of things. They just put on the mask. They do everything. They don't question their government. They don't do anything. So just
gotcha.
look at what's going on around. Just look at what's going on around you, and they're trying to do something. That's it.
Right. So you're talking about the people you're talking about is mostly like people like us that our eyes are open to certain things. And
Yeah,
now,
but within that, Righteous has a point, because then you got misinformation and disinformation within what's happening. So now you got it going 20 different ways when only one of them is the real one.
got it.
Oh, they just want us to talk about it like now. But then if Nathan does today's reaction video, it's some NASA astronomer taking a flat Earth simulator that professionals play, and you'll see what I mean. Because now someone watching that is going to
Warning,
think
the
this is
following
how flat Earthers think.
Presentation might include information that is highly contested by an established consensus. Duly warned.
They might as well call it the Flat Earth Strawman Training Simulator. How is this
Yes.
a Flat Earth simulator? I mean, straight
Well,
off the bat,
it's
it's got what looks like an azimuthal equidistant projection of a sphere converted from Haversine from the celestial sphere. So, why is this conversion
Well,
from a
it's-
globe that they're claiming is a flat Earth simulation? No. It's a bastardization of a globe projection from a flat Earth model based on the dome of the heavens.
Yes, but in context of what we were talking about, the reason that I'm glad you gave it that title, the straw man, is because this is controlled opposition putting this out to do the straw man. So it's just perfect for what we were talking about.
Hi, I'm Dr. Laura Danley. I'm an astronomer.
Okay. So she's looking at lights in the sky. Good start.
I worked in the NASA Hubble Space Telescope project for 10 years. And for the last 14 years, I've been the curator of Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles,
Okay, so she looks through telescopes. Great.
California. I don't actually know anyone who actually believes in the flat Earth theory, but I've seen.
Well, for a start, you're calling it a theory. Why are you calling it a theory? Theories are based on validated experimental data, and that experimental data has established cause and effect based on a hypothesis, and the hypothesis is based on a natural phenomenon you've observed that you want to know the cause of. Once you've done all those steps, that is to say, observe natural phenomena, formulate a hypothesis, perform an experiment, validate your cause, you can then form a theory. To say flat Earth theory is a nonsensical statement because it's a concrete noun. You're not going to have a theory about how it happens. It's like, what are you talking about? How flat Earth happens? Well, it's not a happening. It's not a phenomena to have a cause explained with a theory.
Statistics that say that some
Yeah, straight into statistics. Right? Why? Aren't you looking at stuff that's supposed to be taking place in the natural world? Why are we straight immediately to the statistics?
substantial fraction, like 20%, 30%. I've even seen something as high as 50%.
Who gives a crap? Oh, right, yeah, because straight away they declared that this is all based on consensus.
I just have to not believe because it's too depressing. But once you take a look at it, you come to see that it just doesn't hold up. All right, here goes.
Since the Victorian age, humanity has given in to the illusion that there
So what did she just do? I'm not exactly in the best of shape today, but is it just me, or did she just say it doesn't work and now cut to the simulator? She's not backed up or qualified a statement in any way, other than to bubble on about statistics a little bit.
is
Nathan,
a
it's a hit piece.
Sorry?
It's a pre-organized straw man hit piece.
Right.
natural world which can be measured and understood.
That there's a natural world that can be understood is an illusion. I'm sorry, first sentence, forget about it.
One question no
What do you mean? An illusion? Space is an illusion. No one's going to a second law of thermodynamics violation to claim that the Earth's a sphere, but yet your pizza pie that you just showed, if it was a flat Earth simulation, had what? Gas pressure next to a vacuum the same as yours? It didn't even have a straw man dome over it. It was literally just floating up in a violation of second law of thermodynamics, same as your globe. Well, it's probably because the azimuthal equidistant projection that you showed at the beginning is merely a globe projection that's come from a flat Earth model that's come from the celestial sphere. That's the dome of the heavens over a flat plane.
Nobody seemed to pose, and no one ever again seemed to doubt, was the shape of our world.
I think that question's been posed pretty much since the beginning of human thought.
Why? How do we know that's been questioned? I would say that it's probably been questioned since people started telling us that the Earth's a sphere. You know, other than them telling us that, I don't think anybody would have any reason to question the nature of their reality. They would accept the obvious and observable nature of its flatness if no one told them anything. There'd be no reason to question it. It's only because it's claimed to be sphere-shaped that you say there's a question that needs answering and apparently it's been answered already.
It turns out, we have been asking the wrong questions all along.
Wrong questions. Well, first of all,
Again, here we go. So this is a azimuthal equidistant projection of a sphere, a globe projection, that's come from latitude, longitude lines, all the mapping conventions that we know and love, that have come from the stars. Now that's a flat Earth with the dome of the heavens over it, with the elevation angles to the stars, specifically Polaris, to give you your mapping conventions. Now when you do that, take it through those 3 steps, from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the stars and the apparent sphere of the heavens that presents itself to you in a perspective view from your position, that can be converted into a globe, well actually into a cylinder and then back onto a flat map. But the back into a flat map doesn't make it a flat Earth. This representation of it, that is. It's just a bastardized globe map, drawn out flat so it can still work with elevation angles from the centre outwards, because that's all it'll work with on an azimuthal equidistant projection. It works from the centre out. So this isn't our world. Who's saying this is a flat Earth? Certainly not me. Just a massive straw man. Further to that, you've got conventions that have come from heliocentrism. Why have we got planets like the moon out beyond a pizza pie with what, a layer of gas a bit like the globe's got, just sat next to a sky vacuum? Why? Nobody would claim this shit.
well, let me start with the fact that you could never get that view, let alone the fact
Well, we could never get that view of a flat Earth. Yeah, we would say the same about the bloody globe. Who's getting a view of the globe beyond your farcical pictures from a sky vacuum? But you're going to start out with, how old is this? Math Powerland's most strong argument. It's only from a year ago. You'll never get that view, what, of a pizza pie? Oh yeah, because everyone's rushing out to get the globe view from sky vacuum. Yeah, I did that yesterday. I mean, it'd be absurd if we actually got a view of the globe to even have the existence of flat earthers ever, if we could easily get a view from a sky vacuum of a spherical surface that we've debunked. So our starting point in this propaganda-laced nonsense from an ex-NASA astronomer is to say we won't get the view of the pizza pie in a sky vacuum that nobody's claiming. What an outrage.
the Earth is the wrong shape. There is no way you could ever get...
Wrong shape? I don't claim a shape at all. Say there's a flat aspect that we measure when we navigate, I can prove it. But that doesn't claim a shape. You're the only one with a claim of a shape. A sphere shape. But what, when you take that shape that's a projection from angles that have been taken off a flat plane to the stars, project it on a cylinder and roll it out, you think that somehow that flat representation that has to be used for mapping can be put into a sky vacuum like your globe was? It's utterly absurd.
Such a view where the sun is smaller than the Earth. The sun is over 100 times the diameter of the Earth.
So all of the heliocentric notions that require a spherical R value that we've debunked, superimposed with a pizza pie, with all of the rest of the heliocentric nonsense intact.
You could fit 1 million Earths inside the sun.
Could you? Says who? It's a little light in the sky that comes up and goes down each day. You're saying that there's 1 million planes of Earth that we dwell atop fitting into the light in the sky? No, definitely not. Absolutely and utterly absurd. The fact that you've got it in some vast scale because of Kepler's third law and an assumption that Venus has the same R value as Earth when assumed to be spherical doesn't mean you know how big the sun is or how many presupposed spherical Earths would fit in it. Absolutely absurd. We've debunked every aspect of the maths to make that claim.
Not to mention the fact that it's so hot, you couldn't have it so close by. We'd all be.
How do you know? You know that there's heat when the sun seems to come. You don't know if it's actually coming from the sun. You have no idea what the sun is, neither do I. But in your heliocentric model that's now got a flat Earth superimposed in it for some reason, you say it don't work. Because, the sun's actually massive. All right, I have no idea what the sun is. I wouldn't be so arrogant as to say. I've never investigated it. And neither of you. You've had a little look at it, though, through a telescope. Yeah, I can do that. What, your telescope's bigger, therefore your consensus view's more right than mine? I'm saying I don't know what the sun is. I certainly don't claim this straw man. Go
Yeah,
on.
but she's an astronomer.
Yeah, it's her job to give it names and titles. Well, she can. Give it, you can label these lights in the sky whatever you like. Does that mean that it is a certain size and distance based on an R value and an assumption that one of the lights in the sky can be ascribed the same value when assumed to be an Earth radius, i.e. Venus? No. No, we can debunk all of that shit.
Fried. The moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere. Holy.
Atmosphere? What, sphere-shaped air? Air that's arbitrarily taking the shape of a sphere as opposed to inside containment? No, you don't understand gas behaviour, love. Spent too long behind a telescope, not realising that air at pressure needs to be contained to be at pressure. You don't have sphere-shaped air, atmosphere. That's an oxymoron. Also, giving the game away that this is all embedded in a presupposition of heliocentrism just with a pizza pie substitution, rather than a globe.
Holy crap, what's hanging from the bottom of the Earth? They look like stalactites or stalagmites, whichever one that is.
At the outer edge of the world, we
Doesn't know what stalactites and stalagmites go up and down. Tights go down, mites
Nathan?
go up.
Nathan,
find that-
she said the. Can you just go back where she said the moon inside the Earth's atmosphere? Wasn't that something NASA claimed?
That's something that they showed in the pizza pie with the moon sort of sat on top of it in this stupid simulator, and she's objecting to it.
No.
I know what you're saying.
No,
You're saying,
no.
isn't that part of the
Yeah.
claim of the heliocentric model? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like all
Yeah.
rhetoric that comes from the Flat Earth Society, or in this case, a NASA version thereof, they take their shittiest, least strong parts of their own heliocentric argument and superimpose them on the Flat Earth straw man. It's absurd, isn't it? Because it's like, yeah, don't you claim that? Yeah, all of this will be stuff that they say is absurd when it's part of a flat Earth, even though they simultaneously claim it in the heliocentric model. I don't
Bingo.
see this as very clever. But I've never thought the anti-flat Earth, it's not even anti-flat Earth, the Flat Earth Society rhetoric was particularly clever.
the Antarctic ice wall.
Outer edge of the world? I don't think so. It's on the South Pole.
The wall was
Sorry, South Pole? What's a pole? What, pole going through a sphere Earth that you assume? Why do you assume we've got poles? That would mean you've assumed a spherical surface for your poles that you suddenly got an objection to, when this nonsense of a outer edge wall that's also just as invalid or valid as your non-viable heliocentric model. Because this is it, basically, other than you're looking at it. I mean, it doesn't look any different to some of the globe crap that we get presented in CGI, because there's still a curve in it at your outside edge of a round world rather than a spherical one. This looks no different to the crap that we get presented from the globe.
first discovered in 1841 by the British explorer James Clark Ross when he circumnavigated the edge of the known Earth.
He circumnavigated Antarctica.
The ice wall
All right. And that means what? How does this prove any shape? It doesn't mean anything.
is, along most of its length,
Yes.
150 meters high, and by the description of Ross, an impenetrable shield of ice.
Okay, so Ross
They really
did
want an
say
ice
that it
wall,
was an
don't they?
impenetrable shield of ice, but that's because he was in a ship. Just meant the ship couldn't sail in.
Some predict
So what does this have to do with the price of eggs? Who cares? I mean, seriously, other than them holding up this stupid straw man that I don't claim there's an ice wall, I've no idea. Why would I claim such absurdity? Because there's an azimuthal equidistant projection that puts a ring of ice around the edge. So, doesn't mean it is, doesn't mean it isn't. Prove it either way. But we don't claim it. I don't claim it.
that there is a rim. Others theorize that the world stretches indefinitely.
I have a pet peeve about the word theorize. It makes it sound like, well, it's
Really? Given that you used it only a few minutes ago and I objected it when you used it, but now when it's in a flat Earth simulation, you're going to object to its use?
Just a theory. Like, I could be making up anything. Gravity is a theory.
Oh, really? Oh, dear. I think you'll find that gravity, as a theory, was invalidated 107 years ago. No, love. It's a pseudo-geometry as of 1915. I mean, you're a bit out of date there to be cocky and telling people that they shouldn't be using the word theory, when theory actually means the validation of experimentation formed into a theory. In other words, it comes after systematic experimentation. Gravity doesn't have that. And the notions that were described as a theory are long superseded.
These are things that have been tested.
Oh, really? What tests have you got for a pseudo-Riemannian geometry? Bending force space? I think not, love. I think you'll find that it's a fourth-dimensional pseudo-geometry that Einstein invented to have the uneven distribution of mass in his mathematics cause the bending of a pseudo-Riemannian force-space time dimension. That has definitely not been validated by any experiments. Oh, what? Were you thinking of mass attracting mass invalidated 107 years ago? Just totally arrogant, off the scale, ludicrous. No, gravity's definitely not a theory. It would need some experimental validity to actually make that claim, and we ask daily for scientific evidence of gravity. There isn't any. How dare you call it a theory? It isn't.
So many times, and it undercuts the seriousness and the meaning of all.
The meaning of theory is to have experimental validity behind it. Gravity doesn't have that. So you're saying it demeans what your magical use of these words like theory? What theories have you got?
The work that goes behind actually trying to understand something as basic as why.
Understanding of things in science, if you're going to be using scientific vernacular like theory, is observing a natural phenomenon and asking yourself what caused it, and then varying and manipulating that which you assume causes that effect you're studying to see if you can induce it by varying that which you assume causes it. Now, if you cause it with your supposition of cause, then that's called an experiment, and that will go on to form theories. You are a glorified sky watcher. Don't talk about science, love. It's a fucking outrage.
Why do things fall when you drop them?
What, like a helium balloon or a cloud? You arrogant tosser. A cloud's falling. Oh no, the killer cloud's falling from the sky. No, they don't fall, love. Gases expand in all directions. So what are you babbling about with your straw man flat earth model that we don't claim, while you talk about atmosphere assumed to be in sphere shapes with no containment, and then talk about things all falling, ignoring the fact that gases expand in all directions? Absurd, love. You're having your ass handed to you by a flat earther. Hey, Adam.
Afternoon, everyone.
Terran plane is not finite, and that beyond the ice wall, other lands exist.
Says who? This stupid robotic voice from a propaganda machine.
Most popular of these theories is the
Not a theory.
Summer Gate
Ooh,
theory.
Summer Gate theory sounds
It's
very.
Not a theory. Stop using these words, Dumbo. You're nothing more than a bimbo with an eyeglass.
That
Spooky.
the ice wall just near New Zealand melts during the summer and leaves
Okay.
passage open to another ring of
Why is she nodding along? These are one of the few things I'd expect you to disagree with. Oh, of course, you need to pump this propaganda out, don't you, love? So you're not disagreeing with this ice wall shit.
continents. These continents are lit by another sol
Oh,
called Bol.
wait
Literally, she's like in almost agreement with it at this stage.
a second. There's another sun, and except being called Saul, it's called.
Website visitors bouncing?
Yeah, what more utter nonsense. Who in their right mind would ever claim such an absurdity? Who's here claiming that there's two suns? Nobody. But that's what she's pulling apart as a straw man. Again, what bloody outrage.
To be
You're-
fair, there is a number of, like, the alternative community that believe there are two suns.
Is that us?
Not us flat earthers, no, but there are. Again, they're not really flat earthers, are they? They're just people that look at all the sundogs and all these sorts of things and make observations that there appears to be 2 points that you would call the sun in the sky, and they show pictures like this. But that claim has nothing to do, that they're doing, with the shape of the surface. It's all to do with sundogs. That's the claim. It's not linked to the shape or the nature. But they do exist.
Sure, but I'm not claiming it as a proof for the shape of the Earth. She, on the other hand, is an astronomer.
For them to attack it as part of a flat Earth argument is strange.
It's just been put in there so she can burn it. It's literally the flat Earth strawman simulator. Train yourself on how to burn strawmen.
Some theorize that the mythical places of Atlantis and Hyperborea, or many of the other lost continents of history, are just behind the Arctic ice wall.
I don't know about believing it. You can see it on old maps. So what? Do I believe that that's a place that actually exists when there's thousands of maps, all different, all bastardizing the same elevation angle measurements to Polaris? Nah. I know there's thousands of maps and some of them have Hyperborea on them. Does that mean that all flat earthers suddenly believe in Hyperborea because there's maps with it on? I didn't make that map. I'm not a cartographer. I don't need maps to claim the Earth's flat.
I feel quite certain that we would have heard from someone in New Zealand if there were a secret summer gate to realms unknown with a whole other...
Who gives a shit? We would have heard what your consensus-driven reality means that someone would have said something. I'm saying something. Does that make it so? Because somebody's saying something. Elevation angle measurements prove that the Earth is flat. All of these stupid strawman maps and models that you're holding up have been derived from them. That would be elevation angle measurements of a flat plane. There you go. So all of your strawmen get burned. And their origins are a flat Earth. After a little transitional period to a globe, in a heliocentric model that's also part of the strawman for some reason.
Their sun. How come we haven't seen pictures of this?
What? How come we haven't seen pictures of Earth from space? Why do we always get CGI renderings and paintings? Well, because space isn't real. So you're going to moan about us not giving you pictures when everything you provide has come from Narnia, aka an area for the gas pressure we're all breathing to fill in line with entropic law, as opposed to what you said earlier, love, which was atmosphere. Air arbitrarily taking a sphere shape and not filling the available volume, i.e. this black area in your straw man that's representative of a space sky vacuum, with a burning ball of gas, no doubt.
What did they do? Supposed to explain what we see in the sky, but it absolutely doesn't. For starters, if that disk is flat, the sun is illuminating it everywhere on the disk. So
just full-on straw man burning, claim that it's, what, a rotating, circular, whatever you've described this sun as, on this flat Earth strawman model. I'm not claiming to know what it is or claiming that it's used to prove that the Earth is flat. Just because it's in this strawman simulator doesn't mean I have to defend it. I just call it out as a strawman.
Even if it's all the way on the far side of the disk, you still...
What disk? Who's saying it's a disk?
See the sun. So the sun would never...
You're fighting against a robot that's been put together presumably by NASA. And you're NASA.
The other thing that's a problem with this is that
Well, you made it. You're saying this is a problem. Who made it? Go and have a go at them. It's not us. It's not flat Earth. This isn't representing me in any way, shape or form. So go and have a word with the dick at NASA that made this straw man, telling you that it was representative of what I believe. It isn't. Let me assure you. Look up what a straw man fallacy is, love.
You get a lunar eclipse. The sun and moon are on opposite sides of...
Oh, really? What, in a heliocentric model they're on opposite sides, are they? All right. So, based on your presuppositions of orbital mechanics... No, love, all of these are based on assumptions that we've debunked. They require an hour value for a start. We've debunked it. If you're wondering why I'm sounding all strange and nasal, that's just because I'm bunged up, so... Words don't come through on the translation underneath on the subtitles as well. I'm sorry in advance.
The Earth. And in this model, the sun and moon are always on the same...
In this model? Whose model is it? Who made this? This model? This straw man that I'm not claiming is mine? I don't say this represents the world, love. I'm a flat earther. My name is Nathan Oakley. I am a flat earther. This is not my model. I don't claim this is the world. Who are you attacking exactly? You need to get me the author so I can point out that it's someone from bloody NASA that you're attacking who's put this shit together.
Side of the I don't even know, the non-stalactite side of the Earth. Cover up. Uh-oh.
The fake
oh, no.
space...
What? What?
This is
programs
gonna be
of
tough.
NASA and the Russians.
Ooh,
are the
already
reason
fake
why
space
the weak
program.
sphere
Mm.
Yeah, absolutely a fake space program, because space would be a space for gas to fill, in line with the second law of thermodynamics. That would be entropy. Gas expands in all directions, in spite of your stupid bimbo notion that all things go down, when you can look up at the clouds and know that ain't so. Furthermore, the nonsense assertions of theories of gravity would have the mass of the clouds wanting to move towards the mass of Earth. They don't do that. In your rhetoric, the clouds have got mass, as has all of the gas around us. Is it all going down, go boom boom with mass? Because obviously the vast mass of Earth in Newtonian gravity would be attracting the mass of the gas. When in reality, all gases do the same. They all undergo the same behaviour. They all expand in all directions. And in the case of what we experience, they come out of the ground and go up. So definitely not. This entire strawman nonsense can be pulled apart as though it's heliocentric, because it's come from some heliocentric tosser at NASA. Not me, not a flat Earth.
model has been propagated during the 20th century.
Oh, the
NASA
weak
doesn't hide
sphere
the
model.
true shape of the Earth.
Do they not? Why would you assert that they're hiding a, quote, shape? You're the only ones claiming it has a shape to claim that it needs to have the shape that you're the only one claiming hidden. Earth is dealt with as an aspect. The aspect that we deal with is flat, precluding it being a shape.
During their early fakes, they showed pictures of the spheroid Earth and are now stuck with it.
No, total lie. They'd never shown pictures of a spherical Earth, because that would involve travelling outside of the gas pressure, reaching a point where the gas has decided to violate natural law and not continue on its journey in whatever direction it's travelling, because obviously we need to maintain pressure on a sphere Earth, so we'll just kick it back here at the Kármán line, and we'll wave goodbye to the rockets going past us. Us being high pressure gas, not expanding into a sky vacuum. But the rocket can go into the vacuum to turn around and take pictures of a little thin layer around a ball, in violation of natural law. Yeah, there's no pictures of Earth from space. Space is fake. We can debunk it with the law of nature and gas behaviour.
Ah, they had bad idea for their fakes early on by making it a globe, and now they're stuck with it.
Yeah, they're damn right they made a bad idea, because they decided to give gas at pressure no containment. Well, that violates natural law, debunking all aspects of the heliocentric globe Earth in a vacuum.
Sums of money that are invested by governments and corporations in supposed space programs.
Well, at NASA, that she works for, who's literally punting this shit in this video.
Are used to a large extent to pay off the officials and many people.
Oh, no, it's not that she's paid literally in this video to shill. It's that they're paying off government officials. No, this bimbo is who's being paid. Fact. She has been paid to shill this shit. That's a fact.
People who know about the true shape of the Earth.
No, that's definitely wrong too. This bimbo has no idea what the fuck's going on. She hasn't got a clue. She's just paid to shill this shit as a glorified eyeglass looker.
As well as so-called educators on TV.
Hey, wait, now that's getting personal. So
Yeah, you're that educator that I was just talking about. Yeah, it's getting personal. Yeah, bitch. It's right personal when we call you out as a scummy scumbag and say you haven't got a clue about science when you talk about theories. You're a bimbo. You don't know what science is. All you do is look at lights. That's it. And claim that you're looking through the gas pressure we experience beyond the limitation of no containment in violation of natural law to describe what the hell those lights are when you ascribe our values to Earth and apply Kepler's third law and decide that Venus is a rock with the same R value as a spherical Earth, even though we navigate it flat and all the maps and models have come from a flat plane. So yeah, it should get personal, love. If I knew your name, I'd address you personally and say, you haven't got a clue, you're a disgrace to humanity. You use words like theory when you peddle your nonsense all based on presupposition. And you bolster your bullshit with words of science when you're a pseudoscience pretender clown. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, how dare you, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below the video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by Righteous Force, 10th Man, Neil, Adam, Eli, Arwin, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Good
Hey,
morning.
let's go.
Good noon.
Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
Hey, Nathan. That is Dr. Laura Danley from NASA. I believe she is a educator in some observatory.
Her name's Dr. Laura. She did say at the beginning, I just forgot. So Dr. Laura what?
Danley?
Stanley. Dr. Laura Stanley.
No, Danley with a D.
Oh, Danley. Dr. Laura Danley's, who we've been covering in the pre-show, who's an astronomer from NASA, covering a flat Earth simulator, basically a pre-packaged straw man for them to argue against with a robotic voice, that she can pull apart some of the notions that are actually heliocentric in many of their origins, just with a pizza pie flat Earth slapped inside it. So, I don't know if do you guys want to carry on doing this, or should we do a bit of housekeeping? It's up to you guys. I'm a bit ill today, so I'll be led by you guys. I'm already knackered, if I'm honest.
Housekeeping, and then we get back to the video. That'd be cool.
Sure. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Negative.
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Angular size.
You need an R value to figure that out.
Hold on.
How would you get the distance to the
Hold
sun,
on. I had
Nathan?
angular size. Don't ask me how I'd get it. I'm not claiming to know it or need it. It's not part of my orbital assumption. I don't have an orbital assumption to need to claim the distance to the sun as 1 AU, based on Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion and a scaling value, with Venus being the R value of Earth. I don't need any of that shit. So why would I need to claim how big or distant the sun is? With angular size, did you say, Brian? How does a apparent size help you?
Well, if I presume it has an angular size, then it has an actual size, and I can set it at a distance based on whatever size I need to set it at. So if I set it at whatever 100 miles wide, I can then set it to match the angular size that we see, and that will give me a distance to it. Once I set the angular size, it'll give me a distance to match the size I'm claiming. So I can claim any size to the sun, as long as I make it match the angular size. That will then give me the distance,
No. Give you the distance, my ass. What you're saying is, if I assume that the angular size is representative of a 100-mile wide sun, I can then essentially do the same as Christian Huygens did with the scaling value of Venus at the same value as R. You're saying you can do the same thing, you just have to assume how big it is, and then scale everything from it. Is that what you're trying to say? Then you can give me the distance.
Yeah, because that's what they did. So, yeah, I can do all that.
Well, wow, that's so wonderful. And useless. And exactly the same as the heliocentrists do.
Yeah, well, it seems to be okay for them to do it. They
There's just
seem to
one
have
small
gotten away
problem.
with it with a long time.
Well, no, there's just one small problem. Do you want to know what the problem is? If you're doing triangulation, no, let's rephrase that. If two people are doing triangulation coincidentally at different distances to that light, the sun in this instance, then there's a very real possibility that if you're triangulating and claiming distances to it, the hypotenuse becomes the actual length to the star that they claim it is the sun. then surely somebody who's looking at it from a different position would have it with a different length hypotenuse, because technically speaking, they're going to see it higher or lower in the sky. Wouldn't that throw off the size that you scaled it with?
Well, now if you presume that the Earth is not flat and you take all common sense out of the equation.
No, I'm saying even if you did, even if as a flat earther, forget about globe for a minute. I don't see any way of squaring the circle of the behaviour of the sun in terms of how we measure it, right? So I'll just expand on what I mean. If I take an angular size here on the ground and then take the almanac and draw out a GP and say, okay, I'm somewhere on that circle, right? Well, somebody else can do the same thing miles and miles and miles away with it on the horizon. Yeah? Even if it's a tiny little speck. But both of those two measurements would put it, you know, one would suggest that it's almost touching the ground. Do you see what I mean?
Well, it can be a relative distance, your own personal experience of its distance, according to your bullshit angle.
Yeah, but taking that example one step further, if the guy that's got the sun, let's say it's, I don't know, 1 degree above the horizon. Well, let's make it a bit more. Let's make it 10 or 15, just so nobody comes in and goes, oh, what about refraction? Okay, we'll put it at 15 degrees above the horizon. Okay? Well, the guy who's measuring that can have a plane, or let's say a hot air balloon, so it's like almost perfectly above his position. It's at his zenith, right? So if he looks directly up or lies on his back on the ground, he can see the hot air balloon above him, yeah? Well, that hot air balloon, holding an angle measuring device, could and would get the exact same angle to the sun as he would.
Well, yeah, but if you take all that away and you use the angles as it goes away from you, and then you ignore that you used angles, you can just pre-assume that the Earth is a sphere, and that the sphere is moving and the sun is millions of miles away. It's another option.
It's an option. It involves quite a few assumptions, though, so we're not going to do that.
No.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety, as you brought it up? Yeah, this chick saying poles.
Maybe the non-deviation of airplanes.
How is the non-deviation of aeroplanes proof of Earth turning?
Well, maybe they're being carried along by the Earth because they're conserving one of the momentums, and yeah.
So what you're saying is, if I can see no effect and assume that the non-effect is caused by Earth inducing a non-effect, then you could assume that the non-effect is a result of Earth spinning, kind of thing. That's a lot to swallow.
Yeah, I mean that logic is pretty sound if you're willing to not use logic. Yeah.
Sure, but
there's another train of thinking you could also follow when you go that way, and then say just no, things do spin, but it's like higher up. It's just down at the Earth level. It's like, yeah, it's kind of conserving momentum, but really when you go higher up, that's when things really do start to deviate, because it's further away to the Earth, not dragging it. It's spin.
Well, yeah, no, there's a claimed 15 degrees now deflection called Coriolis effect. Shout out to Michael Kahn. He says, get well soon, boss. Thank you very much.
Well, if you imagine, you know, when you hook up a trailer to your car, well, think of it that way.
We wouldn't see any effect if we were on the trailer.
No, as you drive, the trailer goes with you. Think about the plane being like that with the the Earth.
Compare it to a sailing boat, right? I mean, you have a sailing boat, it has a sail, the sail pushes it forward because of the wind. Well, where is the sail? It's as high up as they can get it, right? Why? Well, because higher up, well, the wind does actually deviate more because of Coriolis. Well, down much closer to the sea level itself, there's just less of it. So
Okay,
that's
let's
why
just
they
address
have
that.
sails so high up to catch the Coriolis wind.
Okay, there is no catching a Coriolis, right? Because Coriolis effect is a not actual deflection. It's an illusion. There's no force involved with Coriolis. So to say, oh, well, there's more Coriolis force high up, or, you know, the deflection's going to be greater. No, there is no deflection. Coriolis effect is merely you observing something that's going to have absolutely no curve whatsoever, seeming to curve because you're turning beneath it. So the prerequisite requirements to have the effect the globe Earth claims, that's Coriolis, is Earth turning beneath stuff at a rate of 15 degrees an hour. It's as simple as that, because that's what Coriolis is. As a result of Earth turning beneath, I don't know, a helicopter, the claim is that you'll see the helicopter drift away at 15 degrees an hour, even though it's hovering, because you're turning beneath it. So it's not really moving at all, it just looks like it because you turn beneath. That's the claim. It's claimed the globe is claimed to have Coriolis. In reality, that's why Brian started off this farcical discussion, we don't see any of those effects. So what we get from anti-flat earthers is apologetics for why we don't see the effects that would be induced by Coriolis if we had it. We don't. Nothing's seeming to drift.
It's not high up enough. It's not high up enough. Just
to see an
you
illusion.
Have to go a little higher, like satellites. They definitely
like
show Coriolis
deviation. Doesn't matter
deviation.
how high you are. It's an illusion induced from you turning beneath. No matter if you're higher or lower, or how fast you spin. It's just something like a tree over the top of a roundabout. The branches dangling over the tree. And it's calm. There's no wind. The tree's stationary. Well, let's make it a lamppost. Yeah, lamppost like dangles over the road like on an arm. But in this case, it's over the top of a roundabout. So while the roundabout's stationary, you look up, and the roundabout and light are both fixed, stationary, not moving. And the light, the lamppost, which is cemented into the ground, it's definitely not going to be moving in this example. And as you look up, not moving on the roundabout, the light is stationary. Then someone comes along and turns you on the roundabout, and you go, oh, the light's going away, and it's coming back. Oh, it's going away, and it's coming back. Yeah, that's Coriolis effect. It looks like the light's leaving your vision and then coming back into view. That's Coriolis. And not actual deflection induced by you turning beneath. So to say, well, if I go higher, we'll get more of the lamppost moving at a high rate. It's an illusion. So no, there's no force involved, there's no wind involved, there's no going higher. It's an illusion.
You're overlooking drag from the Earth's surface.
Drag.
There's no drag in the illusion. The lamppost isn't moving. Let's move on. Any evidence of the R value?
No.
Yeah.
No, you're overlooking drag, right? Coriolis deviation. Well, things would move because the Earth is turning underneath if the Earth wouldn't be scooping whole parts of that air with it. It's called drag.
Well, then there's no drift. Okay, fine. Then the Coriolis effect claim of Earth fails. They claim there is Coriolis effect, not there is Earth turning, but you're not going to notice because the dragged Earth doesn't induce any effect. All of it's being dragged along and whipped along with it, because then you don't have 15 degrees an hour Coriolis drift, as they claim. So therefore, the claim fails.
It doesn't drag everything, just everything close, right? So that you could see it and all that. But up there, yeah, they do deviate, especially satellites, because they're so far away. Nothing is dragging them.
Explain with my lamppost example. So the lamppost, if you go higher, does actually move.
Yeah.
No, it's cemented into the ground, Darwin. The only reason you get a seeming to be moving lamppost is because you're on a roundabout turning beneath. That's Coriolis. Likewise, the only reason you see things seeming to do anything, when they're not really, is because Earth's claim to turn underneath as a second reference frame, creating an illusion of things drifting because you're turning beneath them.
But do you still remember that example that I gave, what is it now, half a year ago or something, about a roundabout where there would be walls on the roundabout that would compartmentalize the air in between it? Then you could launch a drone in there. It would be kept in moving in lockstep with the rotating platform because the air is not able to freely move in between it. So it's not going to be separated in its reference frame until it ascends outside of the walls.
That's fascinating.
That are dragging
That's
the
fascinating.
air with it.
It's just not Coriolis. They claim 2 reference frames on a globe Earth, Earth turning beneath as 1 reference frame. 2 reference frames total, inertial and non-inertial. Earth being the non-inertial turning reference frame they claim induces the drift that is an illusion called Coriolis. Your apologetics as Baldwin to try and explain how we've only got 1 reference frame, but it's still a non-inertial turning reference frame, there's just not a second one to induce the 15 degrees an hour claim Coriolis, is absurd because you're trying to get it to be 1 reference frame when the claim is 2.
No, you're strawmanning me. Because there is definitely
I'm ill. I don't want to do this. I just want to move on. I'm tired.
All right. Can I say something real quick?
The show's just starting.
Can we get?
Well, I'm ill.
Can we get professional working titles like Doctor Nathan Oakley? I want to be a doctor or professor.
Well, I'm not accredited as a doctor. No, that would make me a charlatan.
Well, you didn't go.
No, I'm not a charlatan. I'm not a con man. I don't want to be a scribe doctor or professor like some bullshitting anti-flat earther. No, thank you. I don't need any accreditation either. It doesn't help me. What if I was a doctor? Who cares?
1980.
But who cares? If I say gas fills space, does it matter if Simon says gas fills space? Or does gas just fill space? Does it matter if Dr. Nathan says gas fills space? Or does the gas just fill space? What does it matter? Who cares? You don't need to bullshit your audience with fake titles like Professor Dave Explains YouTube channel. That's not necessary if you've got the truth on your side. It should be easy to understand, easy to digest, easy to explain, and true. You don't need any dramatic music or strap taglines before your name to make the audience think that you've got consensus behind you when you bullshit them. If you've got the truth behind you, I don't need any support in that. Same goes for citing the stuff that we debate about. I'm bloody lazy, especially today, and I never go to citations for anything. I can't be bothered. Because generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, if you ignore the indoctrinated fundies you're discussing it with, the truth for the most part is pretty obvious. Yeah, earlier on in the pre-show, we responding to this, whatever her name is, I keep forgetting because I'm not 100%. But whoever this chick is, yeah?
Dr. Lauren Danley.
Her. She's explaining how outrageous it is to be using words that are scientific when the Flat Earth Strawman Simulator has described theories. Bearing in mind, this chick has literally hijacked the words of science earlier on in her discussions. Now, she's only needing to prop up and bullshit with scientific vernacular that she doesn't have any justification in using, because she doesn't have the truth on her side. Why is she this, I don't know, how many million, bazillion views, 1.3 million views? Why has she got them? Well, because consensus says we should trust this NASA lady. As she bullshits away about her pseudoscience and hijacks the vernacular of science. Yeah, but consensus says NASA. She might as well have a white coat on, right? She's an astronomer. Whoopie bloody do. Don't need to be called doctor. We don't need to bullshit they do.
Let's get back to the video.
We're still in housekeeping. We're just going to transition. I don't care. Let's just do it.
So all of that money didn't go to building rockets. It went to paying off people.
Who said it was being given to pay off people? It's being given to pay you. You are that shill, Dumbo. Yeah, we'll talk about being a useful idiot.
Real accusation.
In the 1950s.
I'm accusing you. You are that shill. Yeah, when I gave comparisons of how we'd need for Anthony to accept that Jaron Campanelle's a J-trig, I'd need to show that he was being paid by some government-affiliated agency. Like this chick is. She is a globe shill. She is being paid to disseminate this magic trick to you. She is being paid, whether she knows it or not, to lie about how credible her stuff is with words like theory. You know, oh, who would be paying off? You! You dumbo.
During the Cold War, the two opposing blocs of the totalitarian USSR and the free world under the leadership of the United States started the competition of the supposed space race.
Supposed space race. Yeah, I'd agree with that statement. That's a true account of history as far as we have been presented it. The supposed space race. Because there is no space race, there is no space. There's no volume, because gas would all fill it. So that was a pretty true statement, even though it's come from this shill machine. Strawman simulator.
Okay,
Why
space
space
race.
and its supposed conquest was so important was explained by Senate Majority Leader and later President Lyndon B. Johnson.
Well, they're going to shill for the globe also.
Quote, "Control of space means control of the world."
That was
Control of space means control of the minds of the masses. That's all it means, because it's not a real place. Control of Narnia means control of the future. It's a meaningless nonsense. There is no space. There's no outer space. Outer space, the sky vacuum, is fake. Second law of thermodynamics violation.
it's part of the Cold War and the space race for sure.
The Soviets, meanwhile, resorted to their first hoax.
Because NASA woman says so. Because you say so, love.
With a supposed Sputnik satellite. This was
Definitely not. Let's just debunk that. No, claimed to be sent to a sky vacuum. Sent in a presupposed orbital motion around a spherical surface that we've debunked. There is no spherical surface. It's flat. It's measured flat, navigated flat, built on flat. So there's no curve to orbit around. Furthermore, if it can go out, Sputnik, beyond the gas pressure we're all enjoying, then so can the gas pressure. That's what gas does. Expands in all directions. It's not sphere-shaped, love. I realise you're a bit of a bimbo and didn't realise that you were punting some shillery when you said an oxymoron atmosphere. That would be sphere-shaped atmo. Atmo being air. Air doesn't shape the shape of a sphere, love. So, definitely not. Sputnik, no, it'd have to go out into the violation of natural law you think is space. Definitely didn't do that.
was in reality just a radio transmission that was broadcasted by a high-altitude aircraft, as previously uncovered documents at the end of the USSR in 1990 show.
Who cares? None of this is relevant. We debunked space.
Parents saw it, so I guess maybe they're part of
They saw what? Sputnik? Did they see a sky vacuum? What, from the ground? Did they just look up and believe the begging the question assumption of a second law of thermodynamics sky vacuum when they saw some tin can get sent up into the sky?
the conspiracy too. You can see it at night.
See what? A sky vacuum. A second law of thermodynamics sky vacuum, an empty space that the high pressure gas we're breathing would fill. If I could see that, I'd be dead. Because the gas I'm breathing at high pressure would have filled it. So your folks, as much as you want to appeal to this authority of your parents seeing a sky vacuum, no, they definitely didn't see a sky vacuum. That would violate natural law, love. I don't know what they've been telling you, but you're obviously stupid and will believe anything if you believe that your parents could see outer space a 10 to the minus 17 Tor sky vacuum when they looked up at the black bit you look at with your telescope.
Go over, and you could then see it come back 90 minutes later. So people tracked it. No airplane even today can fly that fast.
Oh, right. Stars do that every bloody night. But they're definitely not falling around a spherical surface. We've debunked it. It's measured, built on, and navigated flat. And all the models that assume a spherical surface have been derived from those flat measurements. So if the assumption of a sphere Earth in the first principle has come from flat Earth measurements, Earth cannot be a sphere to be orbiting. The fact that you see a light with a pattern, what, like the stars? Whoopee-doo. Definitely not proving a sphere.
There is no flat Earth conspiracy, but a fake space flight cabal that uses the illusion of space travel to make trillions worldwide.
Well, it's not that they make trillions, they've got trillions. It's all taxpayer money. They don't have to make it in any way. They just handed it and they spend it in whatever way they choose to lie about the sky being a vacuum. And lie about sending men to a light in the sky vacuum via a sky vacuum, with the gas waving goodbye to rockets as it manages to stay here. Not with a force of a bending pseudo-Riemannian force space-time. God, I can't even say it with a cold. Pseudo-Riemannian force space-time bending. That's definitely not something that's going to hold gas at pressure. It's just a pseudo-geometry invented by a man named Einstein that has an extra dimension we don't experience called time. A concept. Concepts don't hold gas at pressure. Containers do that. And air doesn't arbitrarily take sphere shapes. Advert. Non-skippable. Right, any comments? 20-second non-skippable ad. Yes, Nathan, we're all really enjoying it so far. That's
My
good to know.
cat says hi.
I think you're being a little hard on the girl.
It has a diameter of 32 miles.
Hard on her. She's suggesting, by way of straw man, that I say all of the money goes on bribing officials. Well, I'm correcting her and going, no, love, you got paid to shill this shit. You got the money. You are that, by comparison, straw man official. You might not be an official other than what you say going about the lights that you name. But you're that you're the one getting a chunk of that cash to bullshit the world while you sit there all smug. Is that too harsh, Neil? What's wrong with that?
I wouldn't shout too much, Nathan, because your throat will go next, mate, and get some lens sips down your pal.
That's just my normal volume.
Miles and is located approximately 3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth. The moon is thought to be spherical.
Okay, the moon is...
in the heliocentric model, who knows what the moon is here? Or the sun? Beyond libration, who can infer spherical moon?
Are they saying that we think the moon is sphere?
Yes, they are.
Well, when did we claim that?
That's why I'm doing the round robin right now.
Yeah. If anything, we claim that it doesn't behave like a sphere. If it's reflecting sunlight, it's not behaving like a sphere in terms of hotspots. If we look at libration, it's not really behaving like a sphere. The only way to make it be a sphere, particularly with the peculiarities of its single face, is to give it this magical rotation. So it's always facing Earth. That's the only way you can keep it a sphere. Other than that, it's a circle. And like I said, libration is the thing that their own description that for me kind of disproves it. Along fundamentally, as QE's favourite is, just if that's a sphere, it's not reflecting light like a sphere, is it?
It definitely doesn't work in their heliocentric nonsense because of specular reflections, right? QE's got a whole presentation on that. So it's definitely
that's sufficient for us to say, hold up, that you can't make that claim. But it's being foisted upon us, isn't it, here again?
It'd be a different story if they said it was its own self-emanating light and spherical. You could make an argument for that, but that isn't what they're saying. So they're saying it's reflecting the light of the sun. No, it isn't. We can disprove that. So the whole model and concept of how it's lit fails. So therefore it's like, well, what are you going to do? Adjust the model so that the moon's not being lit by the sun when it's a bloody rock created from the debris of Theia? No, you can't just fundamentally alter your model in that way when it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But the whole model's come from a flat Earth to begin with, so who cares?
The moon is spherical, but the Earth is not.
It moves from 3,000 miles to...
So what, you're pointing out the absurdity of the straw man? These flat earthers are saying that the moon is spherical, but the Earth... No, we're not saying that. This simulator is saying that, and it was made by some tosser at NASA. One of the people who was paid, like you're being paid. Yeah? That's who came up with this shit. The narration was also someone paid to narrate this shit for you to take it apart. Do you see where all the money's going? None of it's going to bribe the government officials. You're getting it, and the guy narrating's getting it, and the guy making this stupid shitty simulator's getting it, and the guy who's doing the YouTube channel for NASA is getting the money. That's where the money's going. On you!
2,000 miles over the duration of a month.
That's crazy, because if I were 300 feet away...
Nobody's claiming this. You're just taking apart a straw man that's been put together by someone paid by NASA for you to argue against. It's absolutely pathetic.
From you, and then I was 200 feet away from you, I would look larger. We would actually see it grow and shrink.
In 19...
Really? So the not actual size of the sun would change, would it?
1969, the moon was the setting of a fictional worldwide television broadcast in which the United States of America claimed to have landed on the moon. The hoax was discovered by independent researchers.
No, it was exposed by the second law of thermodynamics. If men can travel from our gas pressure through the gas pressure, which at some point arbitrarily stops expanding into the vacuum that you're about to travel into with your rocket to get to the moon, that would be a violation of natural law, because gas, which is expanding in all directions, doesn't suddenly stop expanding into a 10 to the minus 17 Torr vacuum that you can traverse to get to the moon. So that's what violates it and debunks it. The crap that this guy who was paid by NASA, because this is what NASA are paying for, right? Real NASA astronomer. So this is where the money's going, love. Are you too blonde and dumb to realise when you got the paycheck for this?
But many of them have since been silenced by NASA agents or pressured into publicly stating that they were wrong.
Okay, I worked for NASA for 10 years.
So you're getting all the money and being paid to shill it right now then, love? Yeah, we know.
I can tell you no one has ever pressured anybody to...
What, you got paid? You have been paid to do this, love? Pressured? They gave you coins. Did you do this for free? Obviously not.
Lie about something as fundamental as that.
No, they've got useful idiots. You don't need to lie. You're too dumb. You don't understand that there's a law of nature that violates every word that you've said in regards to the sky vacuum that's superimposed from the heliocentric model. You're too stupid to realise that this flat Earth you're taking apart is based in the heliocentric world of sky vacuums. So no, they don't need to lie. They've got you to do it for them for cash. That money you thought was going on government officials that you took apart as a straw man, that's going on you, Dumbo. You're getting that cash, aren't you, love?
I do remember when, during the Bush administration, we had to remove the words Big Bang out of press releases coming from Hubble. That was a different thing. A lot of people...
So you're admitting that you're led as a NASA government agency by the president to propagandise the information that you put out? Why? Why would you be removing Big Bang from anything ever if it was true? It wouldn't be as simple as, oh, we're not going to say that anymore. But that's because you can shill and lie about the world, can't you, love? Based on a memo. You'll just say anything. Oh, well, I'm not going to say Big Bang anymore because I've had a memo. Well, if it was reality, love, it wouldn't matter what the memo said, would it? But that's why they pay you.
People gave their lives.
It's direct
their
double
lives.
speak, wasn't it? Well, I don't ever remember being pressured. Do you remember a time where I wasn't pressured? We were just told we're not allowed to use the term Big Bang. Well, that's worse than pressure. That's not trying to coerce you. It's just fundamentally saying you're not allowed to do that.
Lives making this dream come true for the United States on behalf of all humankind. So it's...
So, they don't represent me, no offence to my American compadres. On behalf of all mankind, they didn't go to a sky vacuum for me. No. Why is it that I hear parallels with Jesus Christ? Why is it that I hear that? So the American government has what, sacrificed for all mankind, has it? Like Christ? Is that what that's what I hear? I'm not professing to be some devout Christian. I'm just saying that's what I hear as a parallel.
Well, just the other bit that triggered me was with America as the leader of the free world.
Yeah, love.
Such a deep insult to say that everyone is part of a fake, false space program.
Yeah. Is that your response to sigh? Me, love, I don't sigh when put in a position that I have to actually defend some of the claims I make. It's not just a sigh, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum to refute your shite. But what a smile is what you've got. That's wonderful, love. Well worth the money that you're being paid.
The sun is a revolving sphere. It has
Says who? This is supposed to be a flat Earth simulation. Who says that? I ask for the distance to the sun as a shorthand way of saying I don't know what the sun is, and neither do you. But this simulation that's been made and paid for by NASA for you to respond to says that the Earth's got a spinning ball sun. Right, well that's the heliocentric model claim, isn't it? Why is this in a flat Earth simulator when we don't know what it is? We haven't made this. Oh yeah, it was paid for by NASA, wasn't it? Someone got a memo and a paycheck to make this and narrate it.
Oh, it's also only 32 miles across.
And is located approximately
and it is also
3,000 miles above the surface of the Earth.
Okay, is it hot? Do they have a temperature?
The sun's area of light is similar to the spotlight of a searchlight.
Searchlight.
This means that
no one's claiming this. No one here is claiming this. I mean, if you're a wanker and you're a flat earther and you're claiming this, there's no helping you, and we wouldn't say that you're representative of us either. In fact, we stand quite in violation of that and contradict other flat earthers if they do say that, because they've gobbled it down from people like this and simulations like this that have been handed to them, developed by and narrated by and commented on and responded to, all from the same paying entity.
only certain portions of the Earth are illuminated at a time.
But as it moves around, I mean, it would look like a circle overhead. But
nobody's saying this. We don't need to make this claim. The only reason she's attacking it as a straw man is because they make this claim in the heliocentric model. So she's attacking it like we make the claim so she doesn't have to defend it. Again, too blonde, too stupid to realise how they're using you to shill their nonsense. You're attacking a flat earth straw man because your globe model makes this claim, not because we do. You have got a sun at a certain distance that's a ball in your heliocentric model. So what, attack us for a claim we don't make because you've got a stupid claim that you should be defending because it's extraordinary? Oh, much better just make up a straw man and get them to defend the nonsense they haven't claimed. By way of a bimbo will pay, who's too dumb to realise what's going on.
But as it moved over there, it would start to look like an oval. I mean, you can...
Would it? What, if you burnt it as a straw man? That's not what I observe in the moon. Certainly doesn't mean it's orbiting over a spherical Earth, because if it was, we wouldn't be measuring it flat.
Frankly, take a plate and change how it looks.
The apparent view of rising and setting are caused by perspective.
We don't know that. We don't know what the sun is. So I don't make that assertion. If you're making it as a flat earther, tell me what the sun is.
Just as a flock of birds overhead will descend into the horizon.
A flock of birds isn't the sun. I'm not making this claim. But while they're describing the birds going into the horizon, that's not accountable in Earth curve maths. The reason they're attacking the perspective claim in an Earth curve, redundant, straw man, flat Earth model that's been derived from the celestial sphere is so they don't have to defend their lack of perspective in their Earth curve maths. Earth curve maths has hijacked the effect of perspective, removed it from the maths and called it Earth curve. That's all it is. So what, should we defend our claim that we say there's a edge for boats to fall over called Earth curve in the heliocentric mathematics? Yeah, that's right, fundies, if you're a globe believer. Your boats fall over an edge. So rather than defend your extraordinary and now debunked in 2020 claim that boats fall over an edge, physical and geometric in nature, so you can measure how many feet and inches when excluding perspective, because feet and inches don't change with distance. A 30-foot boat is a 30-foot boat at 3 million miles. But of course, unless you've got Earth curve blocking your view of it, it's going to be there, even though it's minuscule. Too small to see with perspective. But that's not in Earth curve maths. It's done in a Muppet vision that excludes perspective and with numbers that are always kept the same. 100-foot building's always 100 foot in Earth curve maths. Even though in reality, things get smaller. It's called apparent size, angular size, something the maths of Earth curve, when hijacking perspective, doesn't have. So much more effective to pay some NASA bimbo to attack our claim that the sun is having an effective perspective, so we've got to suddenly defend this shit that we haven't claimed when we don't use the sun to claim a damn thing in this regard. Well, why is that? Well, so you don't have to claim your lack of perspective in your Earth curve maths, get us on the back foot for our claim of it, and defend how it isn't perspective. So you can hold up a maths that doesn't even include it. as a substitution after we've defended this nonsense that we don't claim.
As they fly into the distance.
Still doesn't explain why we see the sun drop below the horizon. We don't.
No, it doesn't drop below the horizon. See, if it was dropping below the horizon, that would infer that there was an 8 inches per mile squared drop with a physical geometric limitation at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in the Earth curve mathematics, to obscure the sun to go down behind. We've debunked that. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, as you assert, as you shill and be paid by NASA to shill it, then every distance to horizon measurement for your Earth to block the sun could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in your perspective hijacking maths. And the black swan shows the distance to horizon beyond the limitations of an Earth sphere radius 3959. The horizon is not Earth curve and won't be having any suns go behind it. So no.
We don't just watch the sun get smaller, smaller, smaller. In fact, quite the opposite. At sunset, gets, again, because of the atmosphere kind of smushed out.
Because of the what? The atmo what now, love? Yeah, they don't need people to lie. They've got a bimbo like you to assert that air takes the shape of a sphere. Have you ever seen non-contained air in a sphere shape? No. Air doesn't behave that way. Gas expands in all directions to fill the volume. You use hairspray, love. You ever seen hairspray, an aerosol, taking the shape of a sphere without the tin around the gas? No? What about a tyre? You ever seen a tyre? Do you think you can go into a garage and ask them to put atmosphere, sphere-shaped air around the rim of a wheel? Forget the expensive tyre. I don't need a container to achieve gas pressure. Atmosphere. It arbitrarily takes a sphere shape. Does high-pressure gas? No, love. Now, again, you notice how you don't need to pay off officials to get bimbos to blurt out oxymorons like atmosphere, love. Air isn't sphere-shaped, love. Yeah? Don't need anybody to lie, just need dumbos to punt rhetoric because they got a memo.
Out, and when it disappears, it gets dark.
Together with the moon, the sun rotates around a mysterious central point of rotation.
So what is that
Does it? Says who?
point and why? I mean, what is there a physical model or is there...
Physical model? That's a reification fallacy. Physical model. No, physical would be physics. The study of the physical and natural world. That's science. Models, when asserted as being physical, are pseudoscience. It's a reification fallacy. The map is not the terrain, love. I mean, like I say, you don't need to pay off government officials when you've got bimbos to punt reification fallacies under their misapprehensions and dizzy notions that models are the world. They're not. You're just attacking the straw man that was commissioned and paid for and narrated by the people who are paying all of these parties, you being one of them, to shill this shit.
Are there laws of physics to explain?
Laws of physics? What, like the second law of thermodynamics? Oh dear, love. That was probably the worst possible thing you could say. Laws of the physical? What, like laws of nature? Oh, right, like the first law of thermodynamics, like energy can't be created or destroyed. Energy and matter. Like completely violating your entire worldview that all of the matter and energy of the world came out of nothing. That's a law of physics, as you described it. A law of nature. It's called the first law of thermodynamics. What about the second law of thermodynamics? That's entropy law. About gas filling spaces, entropic increases, dispersion. That's a law of physics. Were you unaware of that? Oh, of course, because you've got an oxymoron sphere-shaped air that's not in any way sitting in line with laws of physics. Right, love? You don't know anything about laws of physics because you'd appreciate that most of what you said defied the second law.
Yes.
Final thoughts. She's a Dumbo. She's a paid shill by NASA, too thick to realise what a useful idiot she is, while she deludes herself with ideas of having to pay off government officials as she counts her little coins that NASA literally pay her to shill this shit. She's never been to space, she can't, it's a violation of natural law, but she's more than happy to punt it if a memo says that that's what the world is. She doesn't have to be forced or coerced in any way. Just needs to send her an email and a paycheck.
I guess it's kind of fun because the graphics are cool and you can shift things around. And
Well, they're cool because NASA made them that way, so you could react to them. So it's cool that someone was paid a significant amount of money to build this straw man for me to burn. That's pretty cool. How much did this cost?
Nathan.
Go on.
Yeah, sorry, just to that. This is just another one of these videos where someone in authority says, I can understand why people would make the mistake. So they're not claiming that we're totally stupid, but they would say, I can understand why someone would make the mistake that the earth is flat. So they're taking away that you're stupid, but then they say, but with a bit of research, you would find out that it's not. In other words, we're not stupid, but we're not smart enough to actually do the research. So because they can't call us totally stupid because the earth presents itself as stationary and horizontal. That's how it presents itself. So they can't call you stupid. But what they will do is make you out to be somebody who just didn't do enough research or are listening to the wrong people, like Danny Faulkner, with his rubbish. I can answer any question. It's just all these questions, people are getting the answers from the wrong people. This rubbish. Then when he's asked the question about the gas pressure, he has no answer. Do you know what I mean? None of these people ever address one of us. They only ever address the straw man arguments, but then they can't call you stupid, but they can say you're stupid enough, or naive enough to be led. That's all. It's just another one of those videos.
Fine by me. We've put the shoe on the other foot in the last, 6 months. Now we're doing it to them. So I'm more than content to, she's not got enough to go on to call us stupid when she's reacting to a sponsored video and model that's been commissioned by the people who are paying her to shill this shit. I will call her stupid. You're stupid, love. I'll give you the reason why I'm calling you stupid too. Because you just described laws of physics. And if you had a slightest clue about laws of nature, you'd know what entropic law was. Taught in universities. I've got plenty of clips of university professors disseminating this information to people far more intelligent than you. Now, if you would have paid attention to the laws of physics, aka laws of nature, sometimes called laws of science to grease the skids of people who want to use descriptions and claim the magic trick of science, she didn't do that. But what she did do was be incredibly ignorant about the laws of nature that she cited, she mentioned. Didn't you, love? So I will call her thick. I'll call her a, quote, useful idiot. So you've been paid to punt this shit because you're too dumb to understand it. Too dumb to understand when you quote laws of physics that you're violating them with your sky vacuum. And your sun, which is what, gas? Not expanding into the vacuum also. Your entire model's a sham. But you're thick. You're just too stupid to realise, so you've been handpicked and screened based on how thick you are, how malleable you are, how likely you are to parrot off a memo. Or not parrot off your rhetoric that you've been taught because a memo tells you not to. You are handpicked for your ignorance and stupidity level. That's why you're doing this. Don't want people too bright to realise that they're being used to punt the lies and nonsense of heliocentric religions. You want proper thickos. They won't ever realise how dumb they are. So thick and Dunning-Kruger that they'll cite the very laws of nature that are debunking them. That's the kind of retard you really need at NASA. This girl. That's who you need. Proper idiots. See how easy that was, Brian? Really easy to call them dumb. Because they are. Thick. She's thick. And I'm happy to call it her.
She at least presents herself that way, Nathan. Yeah, isn't it? She at least presents herself that way. Whether she's totally thick or not, she presents herself that way.
Serious self thinks that's not fun at all because it has a real downside in that it makes people believe that anything could be true. Not to
What, like NASA believe that you could go to the moon, a light in the sky, or go to a Mars, a light in the sky, or that the sky is a vast, ever-expanding vacuum area of volume for gas to fill. That sort of shite. Yet people who are dumb, like you, love, they will believe any old shite that they get a memo about. And they'll even cite the very laws that debunk them without researching them, like you did. Yeah, people are dumb enough to do that, love. You are that example, though, not me. Not this straw man that a colleague put together for you either. Go ahead.
Sorry for stepping on you, Nathan. Oh, well, she has a point there. There is certain people in the flat earth community who do believe anything is possible. You know, like free energy, ether, you know, not being able to do anything with an angle. These people are out there.
Yeah, and obviously we, in the same way, I get comments recently, why does it seem that Nathan's against all the flat earthers, was a extremist comment that I got. I'm like, no, we don't do anything different regardless of who comes through the front door here. Talk shit, expect pain. Talk nonsense, expect us to pull it apart based on its nonsense. It doesn't matter if you're a flat earther in denial, like Bev, or a globe believer like Extremistus himself. It doesn't matter if you're a NASA employee or a concave earther. If you come here and talk absolute nonsense, it's going to get ripped apart. There is no prejudice here. So when people are like, oh, why is Nathan attacking flat earthers? I'm not. Because the whole notion of a flat earther, to me, is kind of ludicrous to begin with. I'll label myself of it so society understands my position without me having to explain it, but that's about as useful as it gets for me. Because the fact that the Earth, not me, not my position, not my politics, the Earth is obviously observably, measurably and navigatably flat, has no bearing on me as an individual. That's just how the world is. So I don't care if there's a group or categorised group of people who are out there and claiming to be the same as me. They're not. If they're talking nonsense about, I don't know, rotating suns or ice walls or ether or free energy or not being able to do anything with an angle. These people are idiots and they will have their bum smacked the same as anybody else that comes here. Globe belief or otherwise. Doesn't matter. There's no prejudice. Talk shit. Expect it to be pulled apart.
to be a killjoy, but this kind of thing can lead to people thinking, well, I don't need to get vaccinated, you know.
Oh, right. You're telling me that Flat Earth leads people to decide not to get vaccinations? Where the hell did that come from? That sounds very much like something that would be written down on a memo as an afterthought to be put in this video precisely 1 year ago. I mean, what was going on a year ago? Was it COVID? Seems a strange connection that are NASA astronomers mentioning that you should be getting your COVID jibby jab. I mean, I'm just saying, it's not like that's somehow been propagandized into the information that you're disseminating about how Earth isn't flat. Obviously, there's a direct connection to vaccinations there, isn't there?
Well, getting
And
vaccinated
she wouldn't be saying it now because that wouldn't be part of the memo now.
It wouldn't be part of the current rhetoric, that's right. It's not of high priority at the moment. It wasn't on the memo if she was doing this today. Yeah. But she's, like I say, too stupid to realise that she is that shill, not the made-up government official straw man you love, you and your paycheck. You and your dumb blonde nature that's been taken advantage of by people much smarter than you when they literally just tell you what to do and you do it.
Save lives. It could be your own life.
One that, I find that quite enlightening, isn't it? She's made a bit like the ballers do. She makes the claim that who would be enough to do these things. You point out she's paid. With that one comment, at what point did that have any relevancy? You know, that's going into health advice, something that, do you know what I mean? Yet she's now empowered to make that comment. Any rational person, after they've said, I'm not shilling for the government, put simply, to then make a comment so far out of the field, which is to cast an aspersion at people that aren't compliant with government new think. You really are a bit of a bimbo, love. I didn't like you using that word, but that is a really dumb thing to present.
Just for the benefit of this astronomer, Adam, can you just, in case she gets shared this video, can you tell her what you do, please?
Yeah, I'm a pharmacist. So
dealing with vaccinations, right?
But I refuse to, but yes, previously I have, yeah.
Right. So you've got a horse in this race then, you've got an opinion to have on it. Would you ever, if you were at a convention on this topic, hypothetically speaking, would you in any way value the opinion of this bimbo, if she was there talking on the subject, and connecting anti-flat earthism with strawman models to anti-vaxxers, which I am definitely not associated with? Would you pay any credence as a man of medicine to what this woman said just now?
No, I think if she was in that room, I think most of the clinicians would be very dubious about anybody that's inciting some kind of intellectual inferiority on somebody on their own clinical choice.
I mean, this is borderline a breach of the YouTube terms of service, if you ask me.
Yeah.
This is an astronomer casting aspersions in terms of people's decisions about medicine. Why hasn't this been banned from YouTube? This skirts the lines of being outside of the terms of service, as far as I can tell.
So it struck
me. To me, it means, to me, it was, I think it was like a something they felt they needed to add in there. They were trying to point out where flat earthers were wrong, right, by creating strawman arguments that flat earthers don't make. Certainly no real flat earthers would make that, or seasoned flat earthers would make those claims. And I think the idea of throwing in the little thing about flat earthers being against vaccines was to kind of say, well, kind of offhand, well, if they're wrong about these things, they're likely wrong about the vaccines as well, this kind of thing. And like the anti-vaxxers, there was anti-vaccination people everywhere in the world, and there has been since the start of COVID, and they weren't all flat earthers, but they were all proven right.
Well, she's tarring us with a brush that I don't like being tarred. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I've not done any shows on that. That's not what I do. That is not the topic we cover. Specifically us, we exclusively cover flat Earth. Now, we might go off on a mild tangent in the warm-up show, pre-show, whatever, and occasionally we go off on a bit of a tangent in the after show. But generally speaking, 99% of the time, we are talking about that subject. We're not anti-vaxxers here. We've not got some axe to grind in that regard. But didn't she do it earlier on in the clip as well? Didn't she try and tar us with some other group that wasn't us? I can't remember what it was now. I wish I was a bit more frosty today. I'm sure she did it right at the beginning of the clip when we were covering it in the pre-show. She tried to lump us with a different group that, again, I was like, well, we don't claim that. That's not our assertion. I can't remember what it was now. Maybe someone will put it in the comment section after the fact and timestamp it and go, yeah, she bundles in with flat earthers, that is, in with this group, politically prejudicing them for whatever reason. And now she's doing it with anti-vaxxers. So what the hell next?
Nathan, the rules do not apply to them. The rules only apply to us.
Certainly seems that way.
I want to be really clear that I have no objection to alternative theories. Theory, again, is something that's been tested.
Alternative theory being something that's tested. Is the next two words out of her mouth going to be by experiment?
Tested and tested and tested.
No. The testing is the experiment. The theory is what you develop after one or multiple of experiments. So it's natural phenomena, hypothesis construction, actualization of hypothesis, aka experimentation, then theory. Now she's flipping between a colloquial use of a downplayed, it's just their colloquial theory, aka their vague idea about what the world might be. And I've got no problem with people having vague ideas of what the world could be. But she's also using theory when she objected to people theorizing, because that word's special. Yes, special for you as a bloody magician, because you don't have any theories to back the shit that you punt. None. It's a bloody outrage. But here she is again saying, I don't mind people having these flat earth theories. You don't know what the words are. It's words you don't know what it means, love. Contextualised within science, theory comes after experiment. You wouldn't know that. You're that useful idiot being paid, aren't you, love? The one that you thought would be a government official while you grin? No, you're here to be that smiling bimbo face that tells the world that you represent the consensus because you had a memo from someone paying you.
That's how we make progress, is by challenging.
But with scientific validation, progress that you make is just those stories backed up with the illusion of science. By saying theory and testing, contextually experimentation, something you don't have. You've never done an experiment in your life. You've never formulated a theory. You certainly haven't got a viable hypothesis. We ask for that daily too. You wouldn't know a hypothesis if it slapped you in the face. But you're more than welcome to use these words after getting memos about what you will and won't be disseminating via the propaganda today from your paid government-affiliated agency.
Challenging conventional ideas with new ideas, and then
That's not what testing results in. Empiricism, if you're following the scientific method. That's not what you're doing though, eh, love?
and looking for which is the stronger idea.
No. If you've done testing, you've got validated experimental data. That's violated if you're making up little stories rather than going with the empirical outcome of a test. But you don't have any empirical tests. When you say testing, testing, testing to get the best generalised story that I can spin, no, tests give you empirical outcomes. The way it gives you an empirical outcome, just to educate your dumbass, is to have a hypothesis in place before you test. You know, you said testing, testing, testing? Yeah, that would be if A, then B. A being your supposition of cause, B being the natural phenomena you're trying to induce. You're trying to figure out the cause of an effect. So if A, my presumed cause, then B, and if A, my presumed cause, not B, is a full, null, and alternative hypothesis. And when you vary A, either it will validate the alternative hypothesis, or when you vary A, it will validate the null. So it's going to validate one or the other of them. That's why the scientific method offers empiricism. Something you wouldn't have the slightest idea about when you talk about getting the best idea about what you can bullshit about. Science offers empiricism, love. You wouldn't have the slightest clue.
You know, we're at a kind of rough time historically where it's never been truer that anybody can say anything and everybody's got a platform.
So, sorry, what is this defund the media? We aren't this either. This isn't me walking into some museum wearing horns and saying defund the media. This isn't me. Why is this in a Flat Earth Strawman video? Why are you bundling me with all these other dickheads?
And so how do you discriminate between what's true and what's just some guy's idea or gal?
What, your ideas that you've just told us very literally in the last sentence is your path to finding what the best idea about what your bullshit about is? Well, if you've got science, you've got empiricism behind your claims, love. That's how you do it. There you go. Didn't take long.
Idea, and at the same time, it's kind of stakes have never been higher for our...
Yeah, whatever. I'm going to round out the live show on this note. We'll continue this. We'll continue this. Go on. You can have the last word.
I would just say, just looking at those final few pictures of what's to show, what's stupid, what's a bad thing, what are bad ways of thinking. She highlights her political viewpoint very clearly in those pictures. So to me, the whole thing does look like a very well constructed, paid NASA democratic attack. And I think maybe the group they were talking about earlier, Nathan, could have been Christian Republicans, because that seems to be how she finished her attack.
It's just, in this instance, when you say, oh, she didn't put up those images, it wasn't having to pay off government officials to spin this narrative about a different group that isn't flat earthers into your rhetoric, love. It took an editor, the guy who made this video at BuzzFeed, and that person will have been paid also. Yeah, you see how all of this money is being poured into this end result of you poisoning the well, burning straw men, and propping up certain government-based narratives. You notice that? Yeah? That hasn't occurred to you, you know? No, but it wouldn't possibly be the case that we'd have government officials paid off. Absurd. Right, let's round out this show and ask if you are watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
Bringing Nathan's family into it and everything.
What was that?
Is it being aired as well?
What's
It
that?
has, yeah.
Oh, I just got the end of that.
Yeah.
They're bringing your family life into it over in Bev's, Nathan.
Oh, yeah. What about my family life?
Yeah. Bits and pieces, just small bits they're throwing in there, like about how are your wife and kids, how did they must go around on eggshells with you going around screaming and angry all the time, and it's going to have an effect. You can see it in the live chat. Then people talking about, it's going to have an effect on the kids when they get older because their father is such a maniac. This kind of rubbish.
Right.
Just
Almost as good as a
basic
rebuttal.
facts.
So let me get it straight.
Yeah.
Bev, you can do fuck all with an angle. Also, Bev, your latitude is just an angle to Polaris. Right? So those two statements are what's been exposed, and Bev has also lied about not knowing about the angle to Polaris. So response to that is, I wonder how Nathan's kids cope. That's the rebuttal. That's the rebuttal. Correct?
Well, nobody is hearing any of that because Bev is not playing that on his show, and most of those people didn't listen to your show. And the reason they didn't is because they're in a cult. They won't listen to anything that's outside of what Bev says. There's certain people, I won't make names now, who I'm in communication with, who I'm banging my head against the wall trying to get them to watch a simple video.
Okay. This reminds me of an analogy I gave about a year ago, or maybe longer. And imagine that compound, the cult, right? So let's say you're a member of the cult and you figure it out. You figure out that they're all cult members and you're being led by a complete idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about, but you've all been deceived by. Right. You go, I'm going to escape. I'm getting the hell out of here. It's a cult. I'm leaving. But then you wander back to the outside edges of the cult compound walls, find a crack and go, oi, oi, shh, oi, come over here. Look on my iPhone. Look, your leader's a cult leader. He's bullshitting you. And they go away, Brian. You are wrong. But you're still hanging around the outside edge of the compound, shouting in. So you weren't a couple of days ago, but I was like, oh, Brian's a big fan of Bev's. You know, he's just fully subscribed up and watches them. He's well into it. And everyone laughed. I'm like, why are you laughing? And they're like, no, he's not. But guys who laughed at me when I said that, notice how, what's Brian talking about? Is his time spent at the compound. I mean, at Bev's. Shouting through the walls. I mean, trying to tell him that he's wrong. Why are you there? Are you bonkers?
Nathan.
You're going to drive yourself nuts.
Yeah, well, what's going on over there at the moment, you see, this is kind of a situation, kind of similar situation as we had with the globe busters on Ether, let's just say, where we have to at least somewhat address it. Sorry, because all they're doing over there is spinning some narrative that you're a woman abuser because of how you spoke to MAUK. Because you're supposed to speak to MAUK as if she's a lady, even though she is not a lady.
Is this the drunk girl that came on?
She's a woman.
Sorry, who are we talking about? Are we talking
lady.
about the girl that was drunk that came on and just started attacking Adam as a Flat Earth Society member? Is that who we're talking about? Some pissed up girl.
Yeah. Supposedly you abuse women. You know, this is what they're trying to spin. It's
I see. So what they're saying is, if it was in a real life setting and some drunk bitch came up and started mouthing off at you, you should treat that drunk bitch like a lady. Nah, I've got no prejudice. Transgender, male, female, soy boy, don't give a fuck. If you come up and mouth off at me, I'll treat you all the same. Don't care.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people being hooked into this rubbish that they're pumping out there. I made a video. Now, Adam is going to put out show some Twitter in a second, but I made a video for Bev, right? Because he claimed the other night on Tuesday's stream, now I have stuff from that as well, that nobody's explaining this celestial navigation to him. Like, I actually went into his chat and I pulled him on 3 different lies, straight out lies, on his live feed. He said, he first of all tried to say I said 2 different things that I didn't say, and there's evidence there, but personal communications between me and him that proved that that's not what I said, right? And then he says that nobody's coming to explain celestial navigation. Keep asking questions, but no one's explaining it. They're doing their best to absolutely undermine it. And I said, Bev, I said in his live chat, I've been on your show several times trying to explain this to you. The last time I even did a presentation. And he's saying nobody's there. I said, Bev, that's a lie. I did a presentation. Just go watch the presentation I did on your channel. You know, and he gets closer to his mic. He starts trying to undermine me, and he's just doing his best. And he even said it in last night's stream. He said, I undermined their argument. And then he caught himself for what he had said. And I'm going to get this piece of audio because I have it downloaded. I downloaded it. And I'm going to get this little piece of audio where he says, because they don't have an argument. He openly admitted to undermining it because that's what his intention is. His intention is to belittle and undermine anything that happens here. Anything that happens here. Now, and that happens on Globebusters, he's fine with because he's best friends with Bob. But anything that happens here, he wants to attack, he wants to undermine. And he's doubling down on the claim when he says you can do F4 with an angle. Everyone's trying to say that's just something he said to Ruhic. Now that doesn't make it okay because it's still wrong, right? And as Adam pointed out, he used a fraudulent claim to win out on a debate against Ruhic, which is wrong. That's dishonesty. In other words, he didn't win. But he's doubling down on that. He keeps doubling and tripling down on it. So it's not just something he says to Ruhic. It's still something he's saying, and he's doubling and tripling down on it, and he's trying to say it's a geometric fact. Yet there is nothing in Euclid or anywhere else that supports him. Now, there's one other thing I want to say before Adam does the Twitter bit. Bev keeps talking about his arguments. Not one of Bev's arguments, and this would be making a very big parallel to a certain other group of supposed flat earth people out there. Not one of his arguments are a winning argument. His arguments are a draw. And I showed that to his best argument. His 2 best arguments are a draw at best with ballers. And I showed that to Eli. Because I was being a baller and Eli was fighting for Bev's arguments. And he couldn't beat me with them. I can beat those. I can't win outright, but I can make a draw out of them. So there's always a neutral outcome. Yet Bev is trying to push them out there as some kind of, just an axiom in that, as some kind of an argument. Whereas as a baller just using ball mathematics, globe mathematics, to get a draw out of that. They're not winning arguments. They're rubbish. Yet he keeps on punting them out there as if they're winning arguments. And celestial navigation is just kind of magical globe nonsense that we're trying to use to hypnotize people. That's what he says. There's never anyone on Bev's disagrees with Bev. They all agree with each other. Just like another group of people.
Hold on, let me get it straight.
I don't even know why people
They're
go
exactly the same. Exactly the same. You're all in agreement. Nobody disagrees with Bev. Nobody goes against anyone. You never hear any arguments happening over there between themselves.
No, you say, hold on, I just want to play this out. Hold on, Brian. So you're saying, Bev's saying to his crew, the guys over at FED are all hypnotized, and they respond, Yes, Bev. They are all hypnotized.
Yes. That's
Yes,
exactly
we're
what I'm
all
saying.
individuals.
Yes, we are all individuals.
No, we're not hypnotized.
Right,
I'm not.
let's just get this contradiction in. Just one sec.
Plenty with an angle, can't you, Bev?
Yeah, there's a light in the sky outside, right? You can measure an angle to it.
You don't appreciate how that's used in mapping.
No.
10th, do you want to call him out as a liar?
This is hard because I like Bev, but he did say to me, you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris, that light in the sky. Bev, you said that to me.
So that's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky. So you can do fuck all with an angle. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky. You can do fuck all with an angle. Your latitude is the angle. Your latitude is the angle to fuck all with an angle. Is the angle to the light in the sky.
So in terms of what you can do with an angle to the light in the sky, you can establish your latitude. So that's doing something with an angle then?
It's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky. You'll do fuck all with an angle.
What, other than get your latitude? Maybe you could get your latitude from it. Do you think you could get your latitude from it, you stupid fucking...
Yeah. It's not, if it's not clear, like you say, the fact that the people who are in Bev's cult, as you suggest, don't see what's going on here. Well, I don't care.
Was that a TikTok?
Nah, it was just a opening to the YouTube. I could put it out on TikTok. I could trim that beginning bit out. If no reason why not.
Do you want me to stick his name back on the poem?
No, thanks. It's up to you, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, we're on
I'll leave Adam. Adam do his Twitter bit, and then I'm going to come in with more stuff with some audio.
Twitter bit.
Nathan.
Okay.
Just this morning, obviously saw your thing, and I just wanted to shout out first that this is happening. So somebody's responded to your Twitter video with a statement. Well, an angle can be identified independent of any association. We can use the angle to infer its type, e.g. between 0 and 90. Using an angle to infer is doing something. Therefore, C, we can do something with just an angle. Gives some bits and bobs, etc., etc. And then we get, are you trying to falsify the geometric statement for your leaders? Are you sure that's the thing you want to do? So is he threatening them? But again, I don't know this guy. I don't know if this was the first question. Has anyone ever seen Mr. Xavier in chat? I don't even follow him, so I will follow him now. But it was just really a more positive note. Look, the Twitter stuff's getting out there. The argument's been heard. And
is that my Twitter feed?
Yeah, this is my Twitter. Yeah, when you go to your Twitter and somebody's responded to you, Bev's then responded to them, and I've just then asked Bev, look, can you prove the citation for your claimed geometric statement? Because he's gone back to that point of Euclid, which is what I took him to, but he's still not citing his, what is it, statement for the leaders, geometric statement. So I'm interested to what that is, because there may be a point that's worthy of investigation, but he was asked the other day, and again, here he's claiming it without, but I'd say interesting. Are you sure that's the thing you want to do?
Do you speak geometric?
Why isn't he just showing how you can, as he claims, do fuck all with an angle? Why can't he just demonstrate that? That's his claim. We've already debunked it. We've already got a clip of him saying, your latitude is just the angle to Polaris. Quote, just the angle. It couldn't be any more clear.
But if he was to demonstrate that you can do F4 with an angle through demonstration, then his demonstration it would be doing something with the angle.
Right. It's so self-defeating and stupid. But people were like, one of the comments I got was, oh, this video is sponsored by the word spastic. I'm like, I don't often use that word. But it's because it's so stupid. It warrants that harsh of a term being ascribed to his stupid statement. It's absolutely moronic.
Right, it's idiocy.
Yeah, it's full on time to get committed stupidity.
If you go to the war room, Nathan, and go up a little bit, it's an on the level to shape PSYOP lessons to be learned from last night. This is from last night's show, and I have audio from his show from the night before. Now, this is just timestamped. It's Only maybe 10 minutes of him talking.
Which one? Hold on. Which one? So we've got two. We've got one with a kind of... I hate his thumbnails, man.
Yeah, I know, they're stupid.
Just meaningless.
It's not
I can't even describe
one.
the thumbnail to you. I can't even read the writing. The colours are terrible. Ugh. Which one?
Yeah, if you go up above that, there's one on the level live, the shape psyop.
Okay.
And I'll give you the timestamp.
I've got 3816. Is that what you want me to start at? 3816?
Yeah, 3816. Yeah. Right. And before you start, leave me give a little bit of background.
Now, right, remember...
Okay, go ahead. I'll just get it to queue up while you're doing that.
Right. Because of my interactions in there and him proven to be a liar 3 times in front of his audience and nobody calling him out on it, is that what I did, because all they're doing is shouting about how QE shouts and Nathan is abusive and Nathan calls Emma names and like there's no rebuttal to anything. And it's just after all that, Bev just doubles down on you can do F all with an angle, complete rubbish, right? I mean, if there was ever a total rubbish statement, that's it. And I hope someone writes it in writes it into his forehead because he needs to go around. He should get a tattoo of that on his forehead because that's what he deserves for the rest of his days for doubling down.
He's an abrasive asshole when he does that.
Yeah, but know what this is? See, I just want to give it a bit of background with that. They're trying to, these people and even him is trying to say it's just something that was said in a song, something that was said to Ruhiv, right? No, you're doubling and tripling down on it. That means, he's calling it a geometric statement of truth. That means that he is actually claiming it, not just some kind of offhand claim that was done as a troll or to use against Ruhiv, which was not correct anyway. Don't use it dishonesty against Ruhiv for anyone else. Dishonesty is out. No, we don't support dishonesty. But he's basically doubling and tripling down on it. So no, it's not just something from a song or something he said to Ruhiv. This is his geometric claim, right? That he's claiming is truth. Now, I made a video the other night. 3 things I addressed in it. I addressed, number 1, the celestial navigation elevation angle, right? For me 5th time and then last time trying to explain it to him. Because he claimed the night before, no one's explaining this to me. And I'm in the chat going, I have been in there 3 or 4 times and explaining it to you. I did a demonstration, a presentation, not a demonstration, but presentation on your channel. Go back and watch my presentation on your channel. That's a lie. Wouldn't address it. Pull it up, show the audience. Nah, he wouldn't do it, right? So, and there was a couple other things I caught him out online. He said, Brian said this, and I said, no, I didn't, and I have private communications with you to prove the opposite.
Okay.
Then he said, Brian said, right, blah, 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 right. So what I did is I made a video addressing the celestial navigation elevation angle, addressing because another thing they brought up the night before last, or no, it was on Monday night, they brought up QE's modus tollens. And at the end, QE just says, so Earth is not a sphere. And they were attacking him, saying he didn't know what he was talking about and had his modus tollens wrong, and he doesn't understand logic because he didn't put in Earth is not a sphere with a radius 3959 at the end. Not understanding, even though both Bev and Saragaki got corrected earlier that day on your show about why the 3959 doesn't need to go in, because that's the only size their globe can be. It can't be bigger, it can't be smaller, it has to be exactly that size radius, right?
Yeah,
to match
not only that, let me just add to that, because that was also the point that I latched onto, because it was a difficult discussion with Bev that day, because we're a well-oiled machine, right? Would you agree, Brian? Here on Flat Earth Debate, I'm not saying we're all plugged into each other, but instinctually, everyone on the panel knew that we didn't want to actually tell Bev how to do celestial navigation in response, because all that would end up doing is meaning we're into the wrangle-dangle of the angles and how they're working, rather than focus on there's nothing you can do with an angle, which is the statement he's here to defend. That's what we're calling him out on, right? So we all simultaneously are like, no, we're not going to tell you what we do with the angle. We just need you to understand that we're going to be doing something with it, contrary to what you've said. But we all knew that, like almost immediately, to the point where we're not giving it him. So while we're tying him up in knots and getting him only on the one subject, only on his bullshit statement that he's using to undermine us, getting him to explain how he's using angles and what he's going to be doing with the angles. You know, I'll play the clip out again if you want me to, but he's said it's just an angle for latitude. That's how he phrases it. It couldn't be any more cut and dry, but he's got his brainwash cult that want to believe him, to the point where someone like SC Montreal will come into White Knight and know that the statement's wrong, and every so often go, when he's cornered and has to admit that we're going to be doing something with a bloody angle, the one that he wants to show that I won't personally be able to use if I'm out at sea. I won't be able to do something with it personally. It's like, yeah, but we, the royal we, can use angles and will be doing something with them in celestial navigation. That's our whole argument that you're trying to undermine. So when SC Montreal's trying to corner me and say, what are you going to do with this angle? It's like, so we are going to do something with it in celestial navigation. Yeah, but I don't think you'll be able to do it. It's like, yeah, but me being able to do it or not doesn't change the fact that we're doing something with an angle, making Bev wrong. But like I say, Montreal's prepared as his little cult follower, his second in command, to bullshit on his behalf. And even now, and I had to point this out to SC Montreal in the comments, because he's commented on his own video, you didn't let me, like a baller, you didn't let me finish. I didn't get to give my... It's like you're in a comment. Just give it here. Give a detailed response right now. Don't moan about not getting the chance to. If you've got a detailed response, give it. Your detailed... Huh?
Hold on. At this point, it's wasting our time. They are morons. They're not going to get it. They don't want to get it. So
but it's still interesting to figure out what's happening.
No. Stop. It's not that it's moronic. It's that someone like SC Montreal knows. 10th Man exposed him yesterday too. He knows about what we will do with angles in celestial navigation. We've taken him through it. So he already knows what we'll do with these angles. SC Montreal, that is. So when he's defending Bev in the indefensible position of you can do F all with an angle, he's prepared to double down for the sake of his guru and basically bullshit and lie about being able to do nothing with an angle when he knows damn well what you can do with an angle.
That's why it's
hold on. No, come on. I've been trying to get a word in for 5 minutes.
Go ahead, Darwin.
5 minutes.
Okay, go ahead, Darwin.
Right. So with Bev's followers, it's not about whether Bev is right or wrong. It's about figuring out what he meant to say, because he's wrong so many times. People just don't call him on it, because then they get into trouble. It's like trying to call out Bob for being wrong, right? You don't want to do that. So you just spend the time trying to figure out, oh, this is what he probably meant with that. Not even looking at whether he was correct or not, just trying to justify what he was doing.
Yeah, that's exactly what SC Montreal did. I think you'll find, Nathan, that what Bev actually meant was, it's like, shut up. I don't need you to tell me what Bev means. I understand English. You can do fuck all with an angle. It's pretty self-explanatory and wrong. But you, SC Montreal in this case, are going to tell me that I just don't understand what Bev means. But you, the tuned-in cult member, can definitely translate what Bev means so I can understand simple English better.
Well, I've been in communication with SC Montreal. And SC Montreal thinks Bev is right. Thinks Bev is correct when he says you can do F-all with an angle. But he also knows that there's something in celestial navigation. But he thinks celestial navigation is bad argument. One of the things he said to me is, there's 10 corrections with the sextant. That's 10 corrections. It's like, I said, no. I haven't heard his response yet. I didn't read his response yet, if he gave me one. I said, don't get lost in corrections. Never mind that argument. The argument is the fact that they're making horizontal along the sea surface. That's the argument. And that making it perpendicular.
Exactly, Brian.
Hang on, they don't know our argument. They can't recite back what our actual argument is. But anyway, right, what I did, right, was I made a video. I addressed the elevation angle. I addressed the QE's Modus Tollens, where they're wrong to be attacking that, and you don't understand why he doesn't need to put in, even though the original Black Swan Modus Tollens had 3959 in it at the end, he doesn't need to put it in there. And I addressed them attacking people for saying they're flat earthers. So those three addresses were in there, right? Now, this is Bev supposedly about to play my video, right? Wait till you see what he has to do to not play it.
So here we go. This is Brian's logic. 40 odd minutes.
Well, how are you doing? Okay, this is a video I really don't want to have to be making.
By the way, Brian and others are assuming something else. It means this nautical miles per degree. So this is not just an angle. So
so their argument is because it's per degree of the angle that you've taken. In other words, because we're going to have to do something with the angle, that's not just an angle. So let me just try and verbalize this logic. Their logic is you can do nothing with an angle, and if you try and do something with the angle, then that would be doing something with the angle. So it's not just the angle. So you can do nothing with an angle, and if you try and do something with that angle, we'll point out that you're doing something that isn't the angle. So therefore, it's not just the angle anymore. That's their logic. Right. So, in other words, when he's describing...
if you don't do anything with it.
Yeah. You can do nothing with an angle, providing you don't do anything with it. So he gives an example of doing something with the angle, and then says, well, that's not the angle. No, that's you doing something with it, you fucking retard. I cannot believe my ears. Now that they're on their show disseminating it, was this the thing I prevented you from saying? This glorious logic of, oh, no. If you do something with the angle, then that would be you doing something with it. And that's not in line with you doing fuck all with it. So if you try and do something with the angle, I'll stop you and say, yeah, but that's not the angle, is it? That's you doing something with it. So you can't do that.
Man. If you don't do anything with an angle, then you can't do anything with it.
That's basically their logic, Arwin. That's right. If I stop you doing anything whatsoever with the angle, then my statement that you can do fuck all with an angle is true. And if you attempt to extrapolate anything out or do anything with the angle, I'll say that's unreasonable. So in this case, he's describing 1 degree extrapolation for every 60 nautical miles. Yeah? So you're saying you're going to do something with the fucking angle then?
Yeah, well, they're the anti-angle police. You're not allowed to use angles. It's like the police calling around to your door saying, hey, are you using that angle for something? You can't use them for anything. Do you understand? Let you be in court. The anti-angle.
But the mind bender is that he's literally just described doing something specifically in our topic. This is celestial navigation that he's talking about. He's just described doing something with the angle, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's just being anti-Anglo-Saxon.
Go on, whoever it is from Discord.
Hello, am I muted or not?
No, we can hear you, causing a bit of audio chaos.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, sorry, Nathan. Okay, no, I want to go on mute. Sorry.
Okay. You wanted to check if we could hear you causing audio
really
chaos.
New to this, you know? I'm kind of new to this. I'm kind of illiterate when it comes to this stuff. So anyway, okay. I'm
That's okay. What's your deal? What's your name?
I'm Guns of Navarone. Bates, Robert.
Oh, Guns of Navarone. Brilliant.
Yeah, this is like the second time I've been in here. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing.
Right click on your own name, or at the bottom of the server, there's a little mute button next to the headphones and the cog. That's your local mute.
Yeah. Yeah,
right,
I think I'll manage.
Okay, cool. Thank you for all the support, by the way. Really appreciate it.
You know, you guys, like especially you, Nathan. I've been following you since the beginning, like 2015, I do believe. So, yeah, I got 100 stories to tell you, but I can't.
No, we can get into them. No worries. We're going to rattle our way through this though first. But yeah, I mean, as I said, thank you very much for the support.
Okay.
I know exactly who you are, and yeah, I know you've been around forever.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks. Okay. So I'll go on mute and I'll enjoy the show. Cool. Hi, Arwen. You son of a gun, yeah.
Hello. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, I'm like a little child, with a new microphone.
Okay, I don't mind.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys later. Okay. Ciao.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Your statement is holding, because if they are talking about distance, they are assuming distance of one of adjacents.
So again, that would be doing something with an angle then. Am I missing something?
No.
Who's this guy? I want to call him stupid.
That's Paper.
Who?
Paper. P-A-P-E-R. Paper.
Paper.
That's his,
Paper.
Paper, yeah.
It's a good job you weren't backing him up like SC Montreal and the drunk girl, because I'd have tore a strip off you too. You've just literally described doing things with angles. Are you mentally retarded?
Oh,
Paper himself is not a bad guy. Paper is not a bad guy, but he's lost over in Bevs. He has certain information, tertiary information about a lot of things, and he does try to get things right, but he'll never get the information correct because he's over there.
Yeah, that's the only thing I regret. On that discussion, one of the guys who's obviously over there, because he told me, wasted opportunity on my part. Just see if he is or isn't in the server. He might be. I don't know. No, doesn't look
Rob,
like
is it?
Right,
Rob,
right.
please?
I saw him in one of my premieres and I got to apologise to him. But moreover, as much as I apologise to you guys and just hadn't seen him, I've now said, look, I'm sorry, I'm redirecting my rage towards you when you're not the intended target. It's just hard to flick the switch, although I didn't get to tell him that in the chat. I just said sorry. But what I was going to say is the opportunity was lost in that regard, because that's what I was trying to, through my rage, get across to Rob. You don't appreciate this angle strength and the strength of the angle argument because of what we're witnessing now over at Bev's. And I appreciate your frustration, but like I say, Brian, I don't want you to stop doing it when I'm critical of you doing it and almost taking the piss out of you for doing it and saying you're a subscriber and stuff. That, I hope you appreciate, isn't actually, as it sounds, directed at you. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to you. I'm saying generally, if you're listening to me have this discussion as an audience member, Brian's nuts. Why would he be over there? On the other hand, if you stop, the show stops. I've got nothing to react to. So it's kind of a balance that I have to strike between taking the piss too much and over-egging the pudding and letting the audience know that, just unsubscribe. Whereas I can't keep that vibe with you essentially subscribed and watching a lot. It's like, oh, well, it's all right for Brian. No, I've got to take the piss out of you for that. Plus, it's a useful opportunity to take the piss out of you.
But to compensate, Brian did kick him out of the Master B, so...
Yeah, I threw him at a Master B last night. Bev, he's gone. No, I have no problem. I'm only over there now to hear the rubbish they're on with.
Let me get it straight. Hold on. Why did you kick him out? Hold on. Why did you kick him out of Master B?
I kicked him out because he's no business being in there, lurking in there, seeing what's going on. He has no business being in Master B. He doesn't even come into the show.
But he can. Hold on.
Why is he allowed in there? Get it there now.
Because all are welcome. There's about 3 or 4 exceptions. Right.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Hold on. I just want to explain my logic behind this. I'm not going to suggest you put him back in. But for the same reason, Bob Nodell is in Master B. Did you know that?
Yeah, I do remember Bob Nodell, but I thought someone kicked him out of there. I wasn't sure.
No. Why would I? If nothing else, it doesn't matter that I disagree with him on a professional level, or even consider him a competitor, if you want to do the Bev's trick, which is why this is all happening, by the way. The reason he's undermining us. Well, I could look at it in the same light and go, well, Bob's my competitor then if I look at it in that light. Right? But as a professional courtesy, he's got a link to the show that's a better link. It comes into this, right? He would come into the G Plus panel. If Bob got here, as a professional courtesy, I wouldn't, no offence to you guys in Discord, he'd get a better seat. Why wouldn't I want to extend that to Bob?
Well, look, let's not focus on me throwing Bev out of Master B. I have reasons for that, and I've plenty of audio that fueled that anger. So maybe I made the wrong choice there. I should have asked first. Okay.
No. I mean, it's like the mods. If you've got the ability to remove someone from a Skype chat, then you be my guest. I'm not going to stop you or go, I'm going to correct that. It's my chat. No, sod that. I'm just saying, by my logic, no, if they want to disagree with us, they go, oh, well, they never give us an opportunity. That's hold on a second. Not only are you in all of the chats where we have these open discussions about people like Bob and people like Bev, they all get discussed in Master B, because I know they're there. And there's a link published to them daily. Like the good link. The one that they could fuck my show over with. In other words, you've got enough trust to have that link. So you can have a one-on-one discussion with us in the main part of the show.
When they start
Again,
bringing your family
that's
into
what
it,
I'll do.
they don't belong there.
Yeah, but look, I'm going to try Adam again. That's what I'll do. Okay, that was a bad move.
Not necessarily a bad move.
It was made out of vitriol. But look, let's not focus on that. I'll sort that out. Let's carry on with the video. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just saying I get the message and I understand.
Right. Good. That's the. Yeah, you've picked up. I can tell by your tone. You've picked up what I'm putting down. I don't need to label that.
Single angle. They cannot deny that, but they still call you a liar, and they deny themselves, but by using this distance. What?
Using the distance from the angle after you did something with an angle. Is this guy stupid? What's he objecting to? We're calling Bev a liar because of the statement he made in, let's just bring it up, in the show when he was with us. Oh no, wrong video. Where's that? Hold on, I've got too many videos up. Let's try thinking. This one. Okay.
To the light in the sky. You can do fuck all with an angle. Your latitude is the angle. Your latitude is the angle. Fuck all with an angle. Is the angle to the light in the sky.
So your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky. In that statement, which Bev knew whilst telling him, well, he's told his audience and mine that, quote, you can do fuck all with an angle. He knew, because he'd told 10th, he'd affirmed it proactively to 10th, about latitude just being an angle. That's definitely doing something. From every single angle, Bev is a liar. So when this guy's like, oh, why would you call Bev a liar? Because he is. Yeah? When I asked him about what he might do to get latitude on a map, or where the latitude lines come from, he overtly said he did not know. I said, you don't know what you do with an angle in regards to Polaris and latitude. He said, no. Well, he did. He did know exactly. He had affirmed it proactively prior to that discussion with 10th to show off his prowess in terms of his knowledge about what he can do with an angle. So Bev is a proven liar. And the reason this title is called Bev Try Thinking is a proven liar, ! Witness Bev lie live on FED. Because he did. Do you know what you would do with an angle in regards to mapping and Polaris? Answer from Bev, no. Lie. Total lie. And then he was called out on his lie by 10th man. And then we got the statement you just heard. After being called out, after going triple down, quadruple down on doing nothing with an angle, he says,
"Angle to the light in the sky."
It's just your angle to the light in the sky. Right down his fucking mic, distorting as loud as he can right in front of it. It's just an angle to a light in the sky. Yeah, that makes him a liar. Paper.
Right. And a saboteur. I mean, he's lying to sabotage the angle argument, even though he knows that you do things with an angle.
Have you got that clip, Brian, of him saying, I'm just trying to undermine their angle argument? Because it's not a good argument.
No, but I'm getting it later. I have it downloaded. I'm getting it. I have the audio downloaded. I'm going to get it later.
Is there any more you want from this, by the way?
Yeah, he said it.
Whatever
he
it
didn't
is.
He said it by accident.
Wow.
But still, it is distance plus an angle.
So, doing something with an angle, then? I mean, distance plus angle. You could do fuck all with an angle. I mean, it's not like this is a very well-established principle of navigation or anything. Bev says you can do fuck all with it, mate. What are you doing? Adding distance. What are you doing? You can't do that. Why have you got a diagram with an angle? You can't do that. You can't draw diagrams with angles. You can't do that. According to your fuckwit guru, who's a liar.
So not single angle.
So not a single angle that you've just done stuff with.
Yeah, it is just a single angle.
Can you do something with an angle or can't you? Yes or no?
Yeah, we have quote Bev. I could give an example by quoting Bev. Your latitude is just an angle to a light in the sky. So this guy's just to overcome this guy's. It's not a single angle in whatever straw man he's putting together here. After doing things with an angle and distance. Yeah, that's you doing things with an angle, mate. Furthermore, what's that? It's not a single angle. With just an angle, you can get your latitude, says Bev. Of course, he had to lie like a fucking cunt to us, our audience, your audience, you, his audience, basically everyone, because he's a liar. Yeah? Just an angle to get your latitude. That's what Bev says. So while this example might not be a single angle, like that matters in any way, shape or form, Bev's got an example of what you can do with just an angle to a light in the sky, end quote. That's get latitude. That's Bev's quote about what you can do with just an angle, end quote, Bev. So maybe you'd like to take that to your fuckwit guru who lies to everybody, including you, who is obviously got under some sort of spell, while you do things with angles to affirm that you can do fuck all with them, because they're not just an angle, when Bev simultaneously is declared openly and on this show and to 10th and to his audience that with just an angle you can get latitude.
Well, I'm still waiting to see. He's gonna prove me a liar.
Let's do that right now. Yeah, I am. Bev, try thinking, is a proven liar. Let's witness Bev's lie right now.
With an angle to Polaris, that light in the sky. Bev, you said that to me.
Said that's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
So when I asked him about whether or not he knew about latitude and Polaris and angles to them, just an angle to a light in the sky, I just reiterate that for paper, who's now dealing with the lying, double-speaking clown known as Bev, who's appealing to him that somehow I'm wrong in calling him a proven liar, Bev. That's right. I will, like with Rumpus, point it out every time I see you. Every time I see a comment from you, every time I hear your name mentioned, I will point out and play Bev's lie that I've got recorded and published with the title, Bev Tried Thinking is a Proven Liar. Do you want to hear him lie again? 10th. Do you want to call him out as a liar?
This is hard because I like Bev. It'd say to me, you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris. That light in the sky. Bev, you said that to me.
Said that's what it is.
What it is being what you'll do? Get your latitude, Bev. Yeah, there's his lie. Is anybody unclear that Bev is a proven liar? Anybody unclear? Say aye.
Nope.
Nope. No, we're all pretty clear, paper. I've proven he's a liar. 10th's proven he's a liar. I've got his lie concisely published with him saying you can do fuck all with an angle, something he's doubled and tripled down on, followed by your latitude's just an angle, not two of them, just one, just an angle, just a singular angle. That's what Bev says. That's me proving him a liar, by the way. Is anybody unclear? No, everybody's clear. He is a liar. It's proven. It's demonstrated. He is a liar. There is no uncertainty about it. I can say hand on heart to everybody listening, unsubscribe from Bev because he is a liar. There we go. That was nice and easy. Now I've got to find that video again. No, not you. No, not that. Yes, this.
Because I've been lying, saying that you can do fuck all with an angle.
And also saying it's just an angle to a light in the sky. What, that, your latitude? Just an angle, right? Just an angle. Just want to be clear for everybody around me telling me that it's just one angle and it's multiple angles for triangulation. Something else that you'll do with angles. But in the case of latitude, quote, Bev, it's just an angle to a light in the sky. Just an angle. I love it. Bev, you're just pathetic at this point. Let's see how his sycophants deal with this. Not apparently proven. Not apparently, Bev, I've proven you are a liar, and I've got your lie right next to the proof of your lie, and you contradicting your lie, all within the space of 15 seconds. So that nobody's in any misapprehension about the fact you are a proven liar. Let's be in no doubt.
Nathan Oakley said it.
Nathan Oakley proved it. Go on.
What this is him greasing the skids to come up with reasons to not watch my video, to not show my video to his audience. Because, as you'll hear me say at the start of the video, you'll hear me say it, I'm going to say it now. But the problem he has is he's trying to point out now soon that I am accusing him for being a lawyer, for saying you can do a fall with an angle. Now, he is a lawyer for saying that, because he's proven to be a lawyer. Not only is he wrong, he's a proven lawyer, right? Proven to be a lawyer on our show the other day. But I actually never laid that at his doorstep. I called him a lawyer for 3 things that he lied about in his stream the night before while I was in his chat. I called him out for being a lawyer then, with examples of him lying to his audience there and right then live. I called him out live for being a lawyer right then live. I didn't bring this into it at all. So what he's trying to do now is grease the skids to not play my video. Wait till you see what he has to do.
Quite a lot of people that have been calling me liars, blatantly.
Proving that you're a liar. I just did it. I'll do it again if you keep harping on about it, as SE said.
So this best be a bloody good proof that I've been lying.
Yeah, you saying you can get fuck all with an angle, then being asked by me about whether or not you understood latitude and angle measurements to Polaris, to say no to that question, and then later have 10th Man point out that previously you had specifically and explicitly detailed to him the fact that your latitude is, quote, just an angle to a light in the sky, making you, beyond doubt, a proven liar, Bev. So hopefully you'll say it a few more times so I can repeat again how I've proven you to be a liar.
About you being able to do fuck all with an angle.
Other than get latitude, right, Bev? Can you get latitude like you told 10th Man before you lied about not understanding it? Because you're a liar, a proven, demonstrable liar, who went, yeah, it's just an angle to the light in the sky, after being called out for being a liar by 10th Man. You affirmed what you can do with an angle in total defiance of your statement that you can do fuck all with it, making you a proven liar. That's right, Bev. Yeah, I proved it. Obviously, this will get trimmed out just to make absolutely doubly certain that everybody's aware of how big a liar you are and how well I've proven it.
Right.
That's right, Bev. Yeah, you're a liar.
Are we, let's see. Here we go.
Well, how are you doing? Okay, this is a video I really don't want to have to be making, and really I shouldn't have to be making it, but I kind of feel like I have no choice, because I've tried to explain some of these things to people on the Try Thinking server, what I call the Not Thinking server these days. I've actually been over there a couple of times, maybe 2-3 times, trying to explain.
I saw this video. It's a good video. You didn't harp on about Bev that much in this video. It was mostly educational.
So no, I did. Listen, this is the thing. Watch what he has to do, because I gave him no reason not to address it. He can't claim I'm calling him names. He can't claim I'm insulting him. He can't claim I'm shouting. He can't claim.
Stop, because he'll probably play that. Hold on, that's on the video, so let's not double up on it.
Explain this to Bev and other people. And even the last time I was there, I did a presentation on it. Now, Bev has claimed that nobody's explaining it to him. Now, it's a bit strange considering I've been there a couple of times. So how could you claim nobody's explaining it to him? I think it's more of a case of Bev is claiming no one's explaining it to him, but Bev actually just doesn't understand it and won't admit it. Or he's just straight out being dishonest. It's only one or the other. Either way, it doesn't matter. During this video, I'm going to try and just stick to 3 topics, right? 3 things that they're not understanding on the not thinking server. What's happening over there is Bev has a closed mind for whatever reason.
Don't bother poisoning the well. Go on, keep going, Brian.
He tends to dismiss things, and let other people around him dismiss things, and he gets things wrong, but people assume that he's right and just follow his lead when he's wrong.
Nathan?
But it really doesn't matter. I'm going to go through 3 things here that's going to point out 3 things that they've been talking about recently that are wrong. Bev, as I said, claims that
we've been talking about that
nobody explains it to him.
Why is he attacking the preamble? I don't get it. You've not got to anything yet.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Now, for a start, I just showed him up to be a lawyer there when I pointed out that he claimed in his show, which I also have the audio of, I have that downloaded as well. He claimed, or I have it anyway. He claimed that nobody has explained this to him. He keeps asking for explanation. No one has explained it to him. Yet I spent 3 times trying to explain it to him, explain it to him, and the last time, which is the 4th time, I think, I went and did an actual presentation on his channel. And I have the audio of this. I have the audio of it. I have the written word of me telling him this in his chat the previous night, and him trying to deny it. That is an absolute total and utter lie. This is my 5th time trying to explain it to him. Him claiming no one's explaining it to him. And now he's saying, I'm trying to poison the well. Him and I'm not going to say Paper was trying to poison the well, because Paper doesn't have those kind of... Paper's not a bad guy. He doesn't have bad intent. He just doesn't know, right? But Bev did his best before it even started to poison the well. But yet now he's projecting, saying, I'm trying to poison the well, where I'm just speaking facts. These are the facts. This is what Bev is at. This is what Bev is up to. Bev is a proven liar.
No one will explain it to him. When someone does try and explain it to you, Bev, you have to actually pay attention and try and learn about what they're saying and not be dismissing of what they say when they're trying to explain it to you. This is not what you're seeing on the screen, just for this just one section. What you're seeing on the screen is not me. It's not Brian's logic. This is celestial navigation. This is what it's about. This is how the process starts. This is what the process is.
Right. So it's not him. It's not Brian that's doing this. He's handing it off already. It's got nothing to do with Brian.
Yeah, was that unclear? It's the process of celestial navigation. It's akin to, it's not Quantum Eraser's scientific method. It's the scientific method. And it's not Brian's celestial navigation. It's celestial navigation. Was that in any way unclear? I thought that was made perfectly clear by Brian.
He's just doing what he's told.
What he's doing,
There's some sort of shadow giant that's handed him this, right?
No, we did research. No shadow giant. What the fuck? Bev, stop a second. Hold on, Brian. Bev, no, let me talk to you like a child. There are no shadow giants. It's called research. Brian went out and researched what celestial navigation was. Shockingly, there wasn't a giant handing him down this diagram. Why am I having to speak to you like a complete, what's the word? Oh yeah, spastic. There's no giants handing us down this information. Brian's not acting on behalf of a giant. He's merely disseminating his research about celestial navigation to you.
He's trying to poison the well to his audience to make it seem like Brian's logic is coming up with nonsense that he's been sent out there to do by his boss, Nathan. This is the direction he goes with.
What?
Right? This is what, right. I'm being sent there to do this by other people. And this is nonsense that Brian's coming up with that is just crazy nonsense that goes against basic geometry, and this is
don't
like,
preempt it. This is what the video is.
Yeah.
No, now, obviously, he's going to completely disregard the fact that Bev says you can do fuck all with an angle. And if you notice...
Let's just play his clip. So, you can do fuck all with an angle, says Bev. Try thinking. Okay, well, let's just have a listen to Bev Try Thinking, telling us precisely what we can do with an angle. If I could find the bloody video. Is that it?
This is hard because I like Bev, but he did say to me, you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris, that light in the sky. Bev, you said that to me.
Said that's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
So, did we all hear that? So we're bearing in mind that Bev says, just in case you're an indoctrinated spastic on Bev's panel, yeah, because Bev says that you can do with a fuck all with an angle, does it matter to you that Bev also says you can get latitude with just an angle? Maybe I need to slow down when I say it. When he next doubles down on Bev says you can do nothing with an angle, end quote. But Bev says your latitude's just an angle. Nobody seeing a problem here? No?
Nathan, can I get a word in?
What, right while I'm talking? Preferably not. Go ahead.
Sorry about that, but I would just... it really stood out to me that he started out reviewing Brian's video saying that he was poisoning the well when he wasn't. And then when he starts to get involved, he is actually poisoning the well. It's just...
Why did you have to say that, Arwen? Okay. No, Brian is, strictly speaking, poisoning the well. He's doing it surreptitiously, but telling Bev that he doesn't understand and needs to pay attention is a very subtle poisoning the well fallacy, Arwen. Didn't want to have to point it out, but now I've got to.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to challenge that.
Well, that's just a drop of poison, and he's just pouring out...
No, I'd like to be proven wrong by Adam. Go ahead, Adam.
It would be if it was unsubstantiated, but as Brian started out, he's been over there a number of times and explained this. It's not a poisoning the well fallacy. It's a summary of the situation that Brian's been through.
What situation? He hasn't heard it yet.
He has. Brian starts out by pointing out.
That's what Brian's arguing here.
But that summary is valid.
Just let Adam go. Just let Adam go.
I'm not sure. Make your point. I'm not sure exactly what you...
I'm saying that you can't summarise a point he hasn't made yet. And as far as the audience, me in this seat right now, is concerned, he's just started playing this video. And what Brian started out with... I can't believe we're labouring this. I'm having to attack you here, Brian. This isn't my fault. Blame Arwen. Right? Brian started out by painting him as stupid and not understanding before making a point. So he's not saying, because he hasn't understood the point I've made and here's him hearing it previously, he's stupid and doesn't understand and needs to pay more attention. That's not what he's doing when he does it in summary at the beginning before the example comes. I know Brian's saying I've presented this to him multiple times, but kind of annoys me actually this does Brian, because when I was like, well, I've presented it to Brian, to Bev, and he's told me you can do fuck all with an angle in defence of me explaining celestial navigation to him. I'm like, it was done before he was talking to Ruhif. Now, that was literally months and months and months and months ago. But because he hasn't published it, which is his right, Bev's right, it's his material, I can't use that in defence. So because I've got to bite my lip whenever that comes up, which I did on today's live show, for that matter, because I can't prove it, can I? Yeah, I can say it happened and he hasn't published it, but what's that worth in the timeline?
Brian.
I'm nearly there. I'm nearly there. In the timeline for this so far, Brian hasn't shown me that he has demonstrated it to him previously. I haven't seen that.
He did. Oh, he hasn't demonstrated it, but he's made the claim that he's, which was unrefuted, that he's been on previous things and explained it.
Yeah, Bev has a whole show where it's titled Brian's Logic Comes Over Celestial Navigation, blah, 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 only a couple of months ago. It's there.
And
okay, fine. So, hold on, Adam. So you're saying that it did get suggested by Brian in the preamble and it wasn't contested No, you're right. In that case, it's not a poison in the well. I take it back, Brian. We move on. Fair enough, Arwin.
Yes.
Take it back from you two.
Yes,
Go
and
ahead.
I'd like to emphasize again that
Natural
he
order
was
goes to
poisoning
Arwin.
the well.
Go ahead, Arwin.
He was poisoning the well.
No, you're right, Arwin. Yes, I've completely ruined your point, but it's nice to be correct about these things. Me being wrong in this instance, that's fine.
When some of us are asking you to pause, you're not hearing us.
Say again?
Arwin and I was asking you to pause a couple of times there and you couldn't hear us.
Yeah, because I'm not going to leave you to, right. You're fair enough.
Okay.
I just close the lines.
We wait for you to stop. We wait for you to stop.
Yeah. I try and close the lines when I play it, just in case it does cause feedback. You can still hear it, but the output line is just going to be the video if I'm playing one.
No worries.
On the screen, already drawn on GeoGebra on graph paper, right, with squares all over it, he's drawn a rectangle.
What's his point? He's drawn a
his
rectangle.
Point is, this is the start of what he's trying to do.
What this represents, I don't even need to be told because I understand what Brian's going to get into. I have actually seen this video. I'll disclaim that too. But Brian's describing GP of the star. If you want to consider this, I don't know what colour it is, the red dot on the left-hand side. That's the star, right? Your position is bottom right, measuring the angle to the star. And what this is showing with a rectangle is the zenith of the star with the GP on the ground and your zenith above with parallel lines running along the ground and the sky, which you then go on to detail. You say, this is the sky, it's running parallel with the ground, I'm taking an angle, I'm going to minus it from 90. You know, it's not just a rectangle. It's got all sorts of shit that's about to get explained.
You're missing what he's doing though, Nathan. What he's pointing out is that I didn't just draw an angle. Whereas what he knows full well, and I put this in his comments.
Oh, hold on. You're telling me you've done something with the angle? I mean, that doesn't work with him saying you can do fuck all with it. If you've done something with it, totally unreasonable.
But this is the thing, right? Anybody using any kind of rationality at all would see that I completed the whole thing before the video, so it wasn't taking an extra 10 minutes long in the video doing it live. I completed the whole thing, like rather than just starting with the elevation angle and then adding everything to it. I completed the whole process, and I go on to explain the whole thing and what each part was. But this is what he's now jumping on so he doesn't have to play the video. Listen to it.
So his excuse for not playing the video is to say, check it out, he's done something with the angle. And as we all know, you can do fuck all with an angle. And simultaneously, just an angle, gives you latitude. But in this case, Brian's done something with the angle. The guys, they must be under some sort of hypnosis at Bev's. Because if his argument is literally, Brian has done something with the angle, therefore it doesn't comport with my dictation that you can't do something with an angle. Having done something with it, I reject it. That's his argument.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And what I must admire at this point is that people over at Bev Server have swallowed this. If nothing else, you've got to give him props for being good at hypnotising people. Because holy shit, if somebody says, you can't drive a car, and I go, yeah, I can. And I go to get in the car, they go, what are you doing? I go, I'm going to drive the car. Well, you can't just get in the car and drive it. Well, yeah, but I'm going to show you that I can drive a car. You can't drive a car. No, watch me. Whoa, stop. You're getting in and driving. Obviously, that involves you getting in the car and driving. Well, I just reject the idea that you can drive then if you're just going to get in and drive. It's like, you can do fuck all with an angle. Okay, look at what I'm doing with this angle. Well, you're doing something with the angle. I reject this out of hand. You're doing something with the angle. Obviously, making me right. Because you can't do anything with an angle, and here's him doing something with it. So I reject it. My God, how have they swallowed this?
All of them swallowed it. Not one of them. Not one. There was actually, there was, I think it was Omega. Was it Omega? I can't remember the full proper name now. There was one of our group in there, and I didn't get a chance to communicate with him because he was fighting the battle himself. He was like, no, they were all attacking. They were just like, every one of them were attacking us, right? And Bev and them were attacking me. Every one of them.
It's like you've got an artist, right? And he's got a palette full of colours. And on the colours, he's got red. Bev comes along and goes, you can do fuck all with red. The artist goes, what are you talking about? You can't do anything with red. You can fuck all with that. And the artist gets onto his palette, gets a bit of white, and smears it over the top layer, and then goes to get the red. And Bev goes, you see? You've used white. Yeah, now I'm going to do something with the red. No, you had to use the white. You can't do anything with the red. And the guy goes, I'm literally about to do something. Yeah, but you needed the white first. So the guy goes and gets a different canvas and puts the canvas on. And Bev goes, you could do fuck all with red. So the guy scoops just the red and goes to put it on the canvas. And the guy goes, no, Bev says, no, you see, you need the canvas. And the guy goes, okay. And Bev says you can do fuck all with red. So the guy takes the red and slaps it right in Bev's face. Right in his eyes so he can't see fucking anything. And Bev goes, you can do fuck all with red. And the guy goes, I've just blinded you with it. Yeah, but you needed my eyeballs to be blinded. Without my eyeballs being blinded by the red, you couldn't have done anything with it. This is his fucking mentality.
Yeah. That's not the mentality. That is the argument that's being presented.
Right. Well, if everybody in the server was being preoccupied, right, with grievances towards FED, then I can imagine how they let it all slip by, because they were too preoccupied. So he just chose a timing to blabber his nonsense through when he could probably feel that nobody was listening because they were all focusing on their grievances with FED.
It's okay. I mean, what do they want? Do they want me to be the bad guy? What I'll do then, so that they're in real proper cognitive dissonance, right? Me and Bev will meet, right? And I'll get an angle. It'll just be 2 pieces of wood with a marked out number on it. And I'll beat him with it. And while I'm beating him with it, he'll be telling me that I can do nothing with it. And that paradox will just have to settle in the mind's eye of the people who are watching me beat Bev with an angle. I'm beating you with it, Bev. I'm doing something with it. You can do nothing unless I've got skin to tear.
Blood dripping from him.
Just idiotic. Just absolutely ludicrous. So insane it's untrue. It's like, what is the point that you'll recognise that you can do things with angle? What, when we're beating you over the head with it? I mean, that's obviously an over-the-top elaborate metaphor for the same exact thing. What have we got to do? Beat you over the head with an angle to recognise that you can do something with it? Bunch of thickos. You're all in Doctor... I can say I'm smiling now because I've got a semi amount of admiration. How has he managed to cast this spell? Well done, Bev. You've managed to really hypnotise these fuckwits if you've convinced them you can do nothing with an angle. That's quite impressive. I mean, they've got to be the creme de la creme of stupid to be able to have managed this magic trick. They've got to be really properly thick. That's Arwen talking through me, isn't it?
Well, sorry, Nathan, but didn't you hear my explanation? I mean, that's a pretty solid reason why people wouldn't be listening, because he just conjured up all this friction with FED, reminding people of their grievances with this, and that distracts them while he slips through his bullshit. Doesn't that make sense?
Was my point. That was my point yesterday. I agree with Arwen 100%. The reason that people are hypnotized is because they've been given a position that's not ours. So along with the position that is obviously retarded, okay, so you have an angle. You created a Y with your hands. What are you gonna do? The YMCA dance? Like this is how they joke all day long. There isn't actually any information. There isn't any Bev or any other person who's ridiculing us, especially as far as science, saying, okay, you know what? Here's how the scientific method really establishes a cause and effect relationship. Or here is how celestial navigation is actually done. Like, no one ever does that. They just ridicule us and talk about how they made you feel. And then they say, you know, they think that an angle is all you need to prove the Earth. Like, nothing else. Nothing else. Literally nothing else. I heard them say it. That's what they do. That's why this happens. That's why they're retarded.
Yeah, but it does. But I would stand by that, and I said it to Bev.
People who discredit them.
It does. I'd stand by that. What's an angle? What's two straight lines? Well, what are you doing when you get your latitude? Well, you're talking about
hold
on, I'm nearly there. Bloody hell. The area of equal elevation. That's what's being described with that angle. A flat Earth. That's what it's describing. In that statement that Bev made, he's... Go on, Neil.
Well, I get what you're saying, but that comes later in their initial muddying what are when you use the fallacy, the
poisoning the wells. What Bev said we were doing.
Poisoning the wells. The thing is, he's not talking about elevation angles when he says that we're not characterized as being talking about an elevation angle. What's an elevation angle? Well, you need a horizontal. That's not what it is. It's an angle at all. In free space, there's two lines that you can do fuck all with. Like when someone makes some half-handed rebuttal, then elevation angles and all this stuff gets introduced. But the thing that people are premised with is that we're talking about angles, not elevation angles, just angles. Just an angle.
Sure, but Bev is also talking about an elevation angle when he talks about getting your latitude, because that whole system has been established by a measurement off a flat baseline to Polaris for him to make that statement. In that single statement, Bev proved a flat Earth.
Yeah. Nathan, I know I'm going to need a cake and a knife. Could I have 90 degrees of that cake?
You can do fuck all with an angle, Adam.
I get a quarter of the cake, mate. I get a quarter of the cake.
No, not without a knife.
I did preface that. All the cake.
Just absurd. The level of stupidity. It may be a test to weed out the people who aren't as weak as he needs them to be. In other words, if there are people around him that do utter some objection to this complete absurd statement, maybe they're the ones that will need to be cast out, need to be weeded out by this sort of level of, can I convince them that you can do nothing with an angle? It's useful for fuck all.
Well, I can think of something you can do with an angle,
isn't it?
Go on, Adam.
He gets 20 people up, and then he uses 5. He's got to weed out those of the 15 because they're not going to be susceptible enough when it's time to eat the onion.
Yeah. For example, how susceptible do you need them to be? Well, for example, Emma UK published her section on the show while she moaned about ad homming and then ad hommed Adam and me and interrupted a lot and rumpused and didn't then offer anything to the discussion. And I attempted, whilst interruptions were coming my way, to summarise the ad hominem fallacies that she'd used and the fact that she'd added nothing to the discussion about angles. She republished that. Not only did she republish it, she republished it with a diagram on screen the entire time of an elevation angle measurement being depicted. That is the level of stupidity that she would consider that a win. So he's called me a bitch for interrupting, using ad hominem fallacies, rumpusing. Yes, I did, bitch. Yeah, you're drunk, bitch. Yeah, that's what you are. Don't have to like it. Other drunk bitches around you might also take offence. Tough luck. That's what you are. But you didn't add anything to the discussion. And what I was debating with Bev, and he simultaneously managed to brainwash you, drunk bitch, into believing, even though literally you're publishing it on the screen, it's the only thing on the screen, is the angle proving how Bev is wrong, and you've swallowed his lies. To the point where you can't even see them when they're in front of your face and you're publishing them. I mean, you've got to pick the creme de la creme of the stupid. That's why I was apologising to Rob, because I was trying to get that across to Rob Keane. If you're not recognising where angles are useful, then Bev's managed to brainwash you. He's poisoned you. I said poison, brainwash, hypnotise, poison, whatever. Doesn't matter how you describe it.
Suppress your intellect or assist you in suppressing your own intellect.
And if she published that, they become an asset. They're helping us.
I don't think we should be too concerned with it. It's what I kind of hinted at when I was saying, Brian, you're a subscriber of Bevs and you're interested in Bevs and you want to discuss Bevs we've been talking about for hours. That's, successful on his part unless it stops eventually. But, Brian's well into it, which is fair enough. We'll still keep covering this because we've recently covered Bev, like we carried on covering Sharon for about 10 days afterwards. So I'm sure this will be no different. And same with Brian Cox and the same with Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's like, who cares who comes through the door? But in the case of this is next level because he's obviously weeding out the least stupid and just keeping a close gaggle of dedicated thickos that he can just tell them anything. You can do fuck all with Red.
Do another Lara video.
The one that we had today.
Play on the one you have.
Want me to carry on this one?
And then he's put a diagonal, right?
Just so we're all clear, then he's done something with the angle. Right, Bev?
How is he not understanding this?
Then he's done something with it. Putter
Neil
is putting. Oh, go ahead, Arwin.
Sorry, I was responding to Neil. I shouldn't have. I was just saying to Neil, he's just thick.
Thank you. Yes.
We'll keep it playing as much as we can because there's going to be so much stuff to talk about.
I know, but I just want to point it out just so that if his audience or somebody who's watching, because plenty of people commented, right? Plenty of people were saying, if doing something with angle, then doing something with angle is being done, therefore doing fuck all with an angle's wrong. It's the amount of people that listed it off in simple logic in my comments. There was loads of them. You're like, yeah, good, I want to see that. But when someone like Bev, who's saying you can do fuck all with an angle, turns around and says, he's put a... Like, what, he's done something with the angle? Just gotta laugh.
Anybody see anything here that may look a little bit suspicious?
Suspiciously like he's done something with the angle, Bev? Yes. That's how he's doing. He's an accomplished wizard. Suspicious. Suspiciously like something's been done with this angle. Yeah. Very suspicious.
I'll give you a hint. In each corner of the right angle of the rectangle, there is a right angle. So
that's fucking profound, Bev. I mean, Jesus, I should be subscribed.
Technically, though, that is an axiom of the geometry. But I mean, I don't think anybody learned it, did we?
Sorry, that was absolutely profound, Adam. In each corner of the rectangle where there's a right angle, that's a right angle. I think that's profound, don't you?
Yeah, but can you do out with it?
It's already had something done with the angle, Adam, for him to be describing this. He's put, hasn't he? AKA done. Yeah, he's done something with this angle. Yeah, Bev, yeah.
So there's 4 angles there, and then he's put a diagonal.
So he's done something with it. Ooh, this is definitely suspicious if you're thinking that this completely defeats Bev's argument, but he's obviously doing well to brainwash you into realising that putting something next to an angle means he's done something with it, and you can't do anything with an angle, can you, Bev? Wow. This is how he talks to his man.
Which makes another 2 at each end.
So he's done something with it.
Right, so
he's breeding
already
he's breeding angles, isn't he? He's got one angle, he's drawn a diagonal line, and now he's got 2 more angles. He's an angle breeder, so you can do something.
No, that's very suspicious, Adam. He seems to have done something with it. Anybody else picking up?
Hey, maybe he's breeding, and maybe this is why it's suspicious. Maybe he's selling angles on the black market.
No,
that's
man,
why he's breeding them with diagonals.
He's done something with this angle, and now we've got more angles, and it's only because he did something with it, and you can't do anything with it, and he's done something with it. We got more, so you can't do anything with it. Obvious logic.
Really suspicious.
Look, guys, it's very obvious. Obviously, Bev is an anti-Anglo-Saxon.
I said it before, and I'll say it again. If you are part of Bev's little cult and he's weeded you out as being incredibly stupid because you'll swallow this, then you're welcome to him. I'm not telling you to unsubscribe. Don't give him money. I mean, I can't go that far because that would basically you being hypnotized out of money, and I can't really condone that. But feel free. He's weeded you down to the most stupid that can't spot obvious doing stuff with an angle and telling you that it's suspicious when he uses put instead of do.
There's multiple angles there.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, I won't say that Brian's being dishonest about it at all, but there's definitely more than an angle.
That's the poison in the well, isn't it? Why say that? I won't say he's... Well, yes, minister, isn't it?
I'm not saying Bev's a child rapist. I'm not saying that.
I'm not saying he's a pedo. Yeah.
Not saying that. Absolutely,
not,
definitely not saying that. Want to make that absolutely clear?
Couldn't insinuate that. Why would I even want to bring it up?
I don't know whether Brian can't see it because it's not him that's done it and he's just been told what to say.
No, it's celestial navigation. It's other things that we can do with angle. I mean, if you want an example of doing it with just an angle, is it the phraseology that you don't like? Because Brian's saying it's multiple angles in his diagrammatical example of celestial navigation that uses angles, doing things with angles and such. So is that the main problem? You want an example that's just an angle. Is that what you want, Bev? Am I right?
No. Your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris. That light in the sky. Bev, you said that to me.
To the light in the sky. So you can do call with an angle. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
It's just an angle. You told us yourself, Bev. Just an angle. So Brian's been very deceptive because he didn't give you an example of doing something with an angle on par with Bev's example. You see, Bev's example of doing something with an angle involves just an angle, right? So technically, because Brian's not contradicting Bev's point, it should only really be Bev that contradicts Bev's point.
Yeah, but he did say to me, you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris. That light in the sky. Bev, you said that to me.
Said that's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky. So you can do.
The universe
one of my own
is
ads.
evolved.
Wasn't expecting that.
You can do fuck all with an angle.
Sorry,
it's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky.
Just measuring an angle. An angle. Just measuring an angle.
Hey,
Bev.
Vsauce.
Shut up, Vsauce. Yeah, so
do you Vsauce want to chip in?
So just so being clear, Bev's moaning, Adam, that the audience or his panel should see Brian as deceptive for showing an example in celestial navigation because it uses more than one angle. Because he's saying you can do fuck all with an angle. And yet...
No.
Oh, God. I just want to make it once concisely. I'm going to round out soon. I'm getting too pissed off with people. I just want to make one point from start to finish about... I forget it. Go on, Brian.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
You can do plenty with an angle, can't you, Bev?
Sorry. That was a video.
You say your piece, Nathan. I'm sorry.
Well, his example involves you using multiple angles when doing celestial navigation, which may involve one or more angle. And he's saying, well, this is deceptive. Brian's a deceptive person. Or I'm not saying he's a child molester. Or whatever it is that he's not saying when he points out that you've used multiple angles. However, if you're in desire of an example that only has just an angle, then getting your latitude is just a simple case of an angle, just an angle, an angle. And I wanted to play out Bev's explanation of it being just an angle.
You can do fuck all with an angle.
Sorry,
it's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky.
You can do plenty with an angle, can't you, Bev?
Yeah, there's a light in the sky outside, right? You can measure an angle to it.
Just an angle. There you go. I'm done, Brian.
The point I was trying to make is what he said there. What he's doing there is he's trying to use the fact that I completed the whole process instead of just starting out with an angle on the screen and doing everything live. He's trying to use that. Listen to where he goes with this, right? As an excuse not to play the video, because I've already said I'm not going to be using swear words or ad homs, and I'm not going to be shouting. So he has to address this. And he needs a way out, because he knows the 3 points I bring up in that video, he can't refute. Because I bring up stuff about not just this elevation angle and angles, but I bring up about the black swan, how he's missing the Modus Tollens where he doesn't understand, and about the term flat, something he doesn't understand. And how his argument against people calling the earth flat is a completely fraudulent argument, and I point out geometrically why. So this is what he's trying to do. And when he's saying, oh, Brian is just being told to do this, he's insinuating that you or QE are telling me to do this, that I'm some kind of hypnotized robot who does what he's told. An idiot, a useful idiot.
Well,
that's what he's insinuating.
Insinuation to the person that dared challenge him in Twitter, wasn't it? Are you trying to falsify the geometric statement for your leaders? I mean, this is a guy we've never even, like I said, I don't even know. I've just followed him. Was asking if he is part of, if he's ever been in chat. But he's thrown that accusation at this guy that's just shown him what you can do with an angle. You can define it as acute after you've measured it. Acute, right, obtuse, straight, reflex. You can do lots of stuff. But once again, we get that for your leaders. And then, like, followed up with that, I don't know what it is, a threat or whatever. Are you sure that's a thing you want to do? Very, again, odd behavior, but certainly not addressing the point.
Agreed.
But I hope this isn't his approach to tell me that I'm lying when I say you can do fuck all with an angle.
You don't appreciate how that's used in mapping?
No.
There's his lie. 10th. Do you want to call him out as a liar?
This is hard because I like that. But he did say to me, you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris. That light in the sky. Have you said that to me?
Said that's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky. Because that would be very dishonest and sort of like blind of Brian. I hope not.
Blind of Brian, blind of you. Just an angle. What, like to get your latitude, Bev?
That's not what he's doing.
What you're doing?
I'm dishonest after I'm bringing up there.
This is the flat out argument because it proves that sea level is horizontal. It proves the Earth has a horizontal baseline.
What? It proves that sea level is horizontal.
Any evidence that level isn't horizontal?
Did he say?
Yeah, it was pretty clear.
Yes.
That's a pretty big claim.
It's horizontal. Yes.
Sorry, it's a big claim to say that level is horizontal. That's not a big claim. It's an axiom. Don't you babble on about axioms all the time, Bev?
Okie dokie.
Yeah, okie dokie. You're going to refute it if you're challenging it?
No, he isn't, is he? He's not refuting it. He's not actually adding any intellect. He's putting the doubt in somebody's mind. Now, he either doesn't have a rebuttal or he knows there's nothing wrong with the statement. Either way, it's not honest, is it? It's snidey, isn't it? Okay, then.
Nathan, can you back it up just 10 seconds when he said your latitude is your angle to Polaris?
That was the audio from the other day, Tony.
No, he just played it just now.
No, it's on a separate
You can do fuck all with an angle.
Sorry,
It's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky.
You can do plenty with.
There you go.
No, he said your latitude is your angle to Polaris. Well, it's an elevation measurement, which needs a horizontal. So when Brian says it proves the Earth horizontal, Bev said it in other ways when he said your latitude is the angle to Polaris. This is hard because I like Bev, but he did say to me, you know your latitude instantly with an angle to Polaris, that light in the sky. Bev, you said that to me.
Said that's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
Horizontal point. Average horizontal point.
Yeah, sea level goes up and down. It's measured on a vertical datum.
Sorry, did he just say level is measured on a vertical datum when we're referring to the horizontal baseline used for an angle? So he's bait and switched away from what Brian's showing then. Why has he done that?
He's trying to bring waves into it, Nathan, as well.
Because he's a belligerent bastard and he's trying to undermine us. He's a saboteur. That's what he does. This is where his talents are, right? He's a saboteur.
But it's still perpendicular, isn't it?
Yeah, with horizontal.
Vertical datum and the thing he's tried to move away from, his vertical datum is defined as vertical because it's perpendicular to the horizontal.
Right. The thing he's trying to poo-poo.
How can that be horizontal? What are you talking about, Brian? But okay, we don't want to take him away from his fact that he's trying to prove Bev a liar. But
oh no, I can do that, Bev. I've published a video. It's titled "Bev Try Thinking is a Proven Liar. Witness Bev Lie Live on FED." That's the title of the video because we did prove you were a liar. You lied about knowing what the angle to Polaris gives you in mapping, even though you explicitly told 10th Man that you knew all about that angle to Polaris. And when challenged with your lie, you affirmed that it's just an angle to a light in the sky. Yeah, Bev, you are a liar. Nothing will ever change that. And I'll be pointing out every time I see you in comments, "Hi, liar," like I do to Rumpus. It took a lot longer with Rumpus to catch him out in an overt lie. You... Why is it the third time we've been in front of each other? And I've got a video publishing the fact you are a liar with proof that you're a liar? That didn't take long.
Because Bev said you can do fuck all with an angle.
And then told us that you can get your latitude with it. Just an angle. Quote, Bev, just an angle. It's just an angle to a light in the sky. Yeah, that makes you a liar when you deny knowing that. You denied knowing that. You explicitly said you did not know. And then 10th said you told me you knew about the angle and about it giving you latitude. And then you affirmed your lie when you affirmed that you knew by saying it's just an angle to a light in the sky. Indignant because you already knew. Making you a liar when you said you didn't, Bev. Are we not clear? I don't mind reiterating it for hours on end so everybody's definitely clear, like they already were in my video titled Bev Try Thinking is a Proven Liar. We're all clear that you're definitely a liar, Bev. There's no doubt in anybody's mind about this. As much damage control as you like, mate. No worries.
And Nathan Oakley got all super triggered about it.
All super triggered about proving you're a liar? Nah, I'm quite pleased about it. Having a video titled in no uncertain terms that you are a liar with proof that you're a liar and you lying is pretty conclusive. I'm not triggered about it. I'm pretty pleased.
And now Brian's here.
4 years it took me to get that from Rumpus. 4 years to catch him out in an overt lie that I could publish with a title, Rumpus is a Liar, with his lie, which I had to scan back through 4 years of material to get the contrasting point. You said it in one breath.
Making a video that he doesn't want to make. Somebody else should be making it, surely.
All right, lots of people make videos. Maybe you'd like to mirror my video. Bev Try Thinking is a Proven Liar. Witness Bev Lie live on FED. Feel free to take that out, chunk it out, give us your opinions, your comments on how stupid it is. To say, well, look, he's just done something with the angle. That's very suspicious.
It's not even Brian's stuff. He's telling it.
What do you mean it's not Brian's stuff? It's celestial navigation. He explained that.
Right? You would think that Bev would be interested in this, but obviously not. He's not interested in anything that's going to prove the very thing that he says he's trying to prove to the world
I've
or
already proved
he's
it to
trying to say
myself,
when
Brian.
it comes to level.
Prove what? What have you proved to yourself, Bev?
Being horizontal. That's what he's saying. He's trying to say that that is true, right? No, I don't disagree with that. Level is horizontal, right?
Yeah, we have a proof.
So he just agreed with it. So Bev accepts this is a flat Earth proof. Then he's just conceded and admitted to it. Earlier it was all right. Is that the case? Is that the case? He's just affirmed it's the case. Oh my God! Is no one on this panel going to point out that he's just gone from 1 minute to the next? Oh, Brian says level is horizontal. Are we sure about that? Oh. And then literally 2 minutes later, yeah, I don't disagree, level's horizontal. What the fuck?
It's the same thing, isn't it? You can do F4 with an angle, or you can get your latitude from just the angle to the star. Yeah? It's just somebody who's caught lying and they just waffle. And as you said, the Rumpus was much better at it. You had to find the lie over 4 years. This guy's just throwing it out there, demonstrating to everybody. And he's got no point, because most of it's just poisoning the well or ad hom. But then when he does speak about the subject, he proves himself either wholly ignorant or contradicts himself.
On the large scale. Yet Bev wants to stick with water levels that are 200 and 300 meters long of water level, whereas you're talking about thousands of miles of the ocean being shown to be, having a horizontal. So the base.
What's he talking about?
You just affirmed it 30 seconds earlier, Bev. Level, horizontal, thousands of miles. Based on the angle and the GP of the star you're measuring, to draw out an area of equal elevation. It's celestial navigation, mate. It's not poisoning the well. I was totally wrong, Adam. You need to pay more attention.
Bow. That's ridiculous.
It's celestial navigation. Thick shit.
How does it prove that the water level in the sea is horizontal?
You just affirmed it a minute ago after Brian pointed out that they're one and the same thing. You said yes. Now we're back to, oh my God, why aren't any of them spotting this?
I don't know.
They won't call him out, Nathan.
It's literally, he's flip-flopped back and forth within the space of 2 minutes. And the second flip-flop happened within the space of 30 seconds. You say in the video, he's affirmed to me, yeah, Bev said that horizontal and level are the same thing. He pauses the video and goes, yeah, I'd agree with that. And then literally 30 seconds later, what's he talking about when he says that this level that's horizontal?
Have you heard of tides and waves and stuff? What the fuck's he talking about?
What have they got to do with measuring out the GP that's 1,000 miles away? Do you think waves is going to have any bearing on it? When you're above the level and taking out a level and correcting to sea level? Makes no difference about the waves. What's he babbling about?
This is his argument, isn't it? To deny ever the use of the term flat. Yeah? Because nothing in physicality is ever going to be flat, because his topography goes down. Oh, look, that sea's not flat because it's got waves. So there's undulations in the waves, so it's technically not flat. Just like smooth worktop isn't flat at the microscopic level. So he's denying the use of the word in practicality, because the way in which he denies it is a wave. If you look close enough, that surface isn't flat. But that can be applied to any surface, can't it?
But it can be.
So,
have you never heard
denies its practical
you never
use.
heard of a flat sea?
Yeah, but if you listen to my words, I say sea level.
I don't know about you, Brian. What about where Bev wants did he send the argument?
I'm not arguing with you, Adam. No, I'm not arguing with you. No. I know what he wants to descend it. He wants to try. This is what he's trying to do: descend it into absolute absurdity.
Yeah,
sea level.
It's the same when we were doing the Black Swan. And the land's flat. Is it? There's no hills or mountains. This is where you'll take it. See, but we've just got the sea, so we've got waves. It's
pretty pathetic.
Yeah, it really is.
It gets worse.
I hope people aren't realising this. People don't actually believe what Brian's talking about here.
It's celestial navigation. There's no belief involved. It's practiced.
Silly. Okay, let's carry on.
Level.
What's his problem? It's not about belief, Bev. It's about him training you on what celestial navigation is. That's all he's doing.
Of the ocean, the sea level of the ocean being shown to be horizontal. So you would think that Bev would be interested in something.
Why is he muttering through you? What's he doing?
That would prove it, right? Not only just that water levels are on at all sizes are establishing a horizontal, but that horizontal and level
at rest.
Again, he paused you right at the same point. So this time, rather than having to flip-flop again, he paused you in the middle of the statement. Level and horizontal what? Are the same thing? Something you affirmed and then denied and then asked what the hell you were talking about when he said the same thing again? So this time he's just paused you in the middle of the statement. So he doesn't have to address it when you get the other half when he replays you again.
When's the ocean ever at rest?
When it's at rest. When it's a calm sea. Like, you know, the story of the Titanic. Yeah, that's a story of them having no waves. Like a completely calm sea. Yeah, it happens quite frequently, actually, you dumb shit.
Well, I use the term sea level.
No, I realise that. Sea level is a defining principle, right? That's what you're describing. His argument, though, Brian, is to say there's waves. Is there? Always? Fuck have you been out at sea, dickhead? Not always. No, there's plenty of occasions when it's not wavy. Yeah? Calm, they call it. Like no waves. Yeah? It brought down the Titanic. It's quite a famous story of a completely calm sea described as being like a mill pond. And what was that? A problem for them? Yeah, because there was no waves breaking against the base of the iceberg, as the story goes. So there's a very specific story. Shut up, in. Why am I having to fight my own panel when I've got a point to make? Just going to round out. Who's doing that?
Don't round out, Nathan, please. Don't round out.
I'm trying to make a really enthusiastic point, and all I've got is a line that's trying to fight my line to open. So you're fighting the gate, whoever's doing that. That's why I ask who's doing it. I don't know, because it's just a line that's fighting me, causing distortion in the show whenever I'm trying to make a point. So again, it's like, okay, I'm not going to get to make this point. Someone else has decided, middle of the enthusiastic point, I'm putting as much energy as I can into this important point. No, someone else has decided mid-sentence they're going to talk straight through the middle of it. Now, total silence, of course. It's only when I'm talking that you want to be talking. Brilliant.
Not
we don't
sure
know what you're doing.
I don't know. I'm not sure
in the middle of a sentence, I'm talking. That's what I'm doing.
I don't think it was from this room. We were all on mute. I could hear dogs barking though or something.
Yeah, it might have been Discord. Yeah.
No, it was G+.
Who was it then? I didn't see anything.
But the gate's set just so if you make background noise, it won't open the gate. And there's no distortion. If you decide, no, I am most certainly going to be talking straight through the top of Nathan, then yeah, it will open the gate. And then it's just a shit show. So all the way through I'm editing. No offence to you, Brian, but it was you. Yeah, I'm trying to have a discussion with SC Montreal.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
I just spent 2 days editing it, Brian. Editing out the bits that are inaudible because you're talking straight through me. Because you decided you've got a point to make while I'm having a discussion with SC Montreal. No, I know what they're doing, is all I can hear through the top of the audio. No, I can hear. Yeah, I know what they're doing. I know what they're doing. I want to take... Yeah, so shit show, non-audible in the points that are being made. SC Montreal can't be heard. You know, and then when I'm in Bev's bit, the bit I'm playing back, I can see both QE and... not you, Brian. Neil laughing their heads off. Where they're laughing? Well, in the most important concession he makes. What have we got? We've got him making this concession that I've drawn him to, with Brian fighting me every step of the fucking way. And when he finally makes his concession, it's just an angle to Polaris. What have we got over the top of it? We've got Neil with his mic fucking wide open and QE with his mic fucking wide open, laughing, because we don't need the colour commentary through his most important concession that he made. Yeah, just an angle to Polaris with lots of ha-ha laugh tracks through the top of it.
Well, it's just irritating. You want me to react to this shit from... I don't care about this. I'm reacting to it because you've put it in front of me. And then Bev's joined as a reaction. Fine. I'll take apart SC Montreal. But it's hard enough with them rumpusing the living shit, the two of them, when I'm fighting my own fucking panel 90% of the time. Because you've got a good point you want to make over the top of it. Okay. Well, yeah, so does SC Montreal and Bev simultaneously want to cause audio chaos. So it just makes life hard when I'm trying to concentrate on what they're saying. I really want to capture what they've said in response. But you never get to. It's always audio chaos. And when there's nobody arguing with us right now. I'm still fighting against you.
Well, Nathan, I get it. It's very troublesome as an editor.
You're the worst fucking person for doing it, Alwyn.
Enthusiastic, you know, that happens. It's very tough.
Why are you stepping up to this, Ray? You're the worst one.
I know. That's why I'm trying to explain it. And I'm apologizing because I know it can be a headache. I'm sorry. But that does happen. You get very energetic, Nathan. And sometimes then it just draws us in. It's like, oh, we want to bite. It's something like below our consciousness. It's just this drive thing. It happens.
Yeah, you're intoxicating, Nathan.
Yeah,
AI,
basically.
The other day, AI's got a really good point. He's drawing a comparison between me saying Red Dwarf ends in canon terms because the writers change. And he's juxtaposing that with people doing it with reality. It was like so fucking beautiful. But right in the middle of it, because as Arwin's just pointed out, good point by the way, Arwin, you're picking up what he's putting down so much that you want to add to it. You want to get in on it. But it ruins the point in the middle of it. I'm guilty of it too. I'm just ill, which is why I'm nagging at you all. I'm just ill. But I'm just as guilty. I'll take as much responsibility. I've just literally in the last 2 seconds done it to Arwin. So it's like I'm just as guilty as all of you. I need to take heat too, and I do.
We all love you, man.
I'm sure Rob Keane doesn't. I don't give a fuck how long you've been subscribed.
Anyway, on screen, as I said earlier on, I had a response in Twitter from Bev. So it's interesting because we asked him on the show for a citation. I provided him with one, which is the same thing he's provided me with. It's on screen. I'm not gonna read it. But I'll read his comment. There you go. Anytime you're ready, you can tell us what you and the FED Supermen will be doing with just an angle. We know Brian drew a rectangle and Nathan says he can save lives with it, but I'll leave that up to you to explain to your faithful listeners. So I've just asked him, could you underline the bit where it says you can do fuck all with it? Thanks, because I've read it and it ain't in there, Bev. As I said earlier, why would Euclid bother to describe something you can do F all with? There's a reason he describes it in this lovely detail. So you can move forward and do things with it.
Just scroll it to the top of it. No. I meant the one that you just read. There we go. There you go. Anytime you're ready, you can tell us what you and FED Superman will be doing with just an angle.
That's what it is. Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
So, will that suffice, Bev? You clarify it later as well in terms of, you know, is this just an angle? I don't know. Let's ask Bev.
You can do fuck all with an angle. Sorry, it's just measuring an angle to the light in the sky.
Just measuring an angle to a light in the sky. And let's just read out what Bev's tweet said. Anytime you're ready, you can tell me what you and the FED Superman will be doing with just an angle, full stop. I'm pretty sure you just told us, Bev, what we can do with just an angle. Right? Your latitude is just an angle to a light in the sky. Right, Bev?
Hey, Bev, you said that to me.
Said that's what it is.
That's what it is. Yeah. Glad we got that cleared up. This is good fun.
Continue on the video, Nathan, because it gets more bizarre.
That one, right? Brian, wake up. I wish life was that simple, right? But it's not, is it?
What? It's as simple as knowing how you do celestial navigation. I mean, it's not that simple. I mean, we've spent a year learning it. Obviously, it was a fair old slog of 10th man's effort to get it through our thick skulls, and eventually you got it through our thick skulls. I speak for myself. Through my thick skull. That took some learning, I'll be honest. It wasn't that easy. So no, it's not that simple. But the premise of what an elevation angle is definitely very simple. An elevation angle measurement across a flat baseline proves Earth's flat. That's the main premise we're utilising, and that premise is utilised also in celestial navigation, something that Brian's trying to disseminate to you here. Just that simple. What, you mean it's not simple enough for you? Yes, because you're dumb.
It's not at rest.
What, the water? Who cares? We're measuring an angle to the horizon with a sextant. We're not measuring the fucking water. Do you not know what a sextant's measuring? Did you think you were using it as a water level? Is it like your brain only works in terms of water levels? No, you point at the horizon. Or you could be using it with the spirit level, and then it's got absolutely nothing to do with the water. You establish a flat baseline with your spirit level in your sextant. So why are you strawmanning us with what the water's doing? Other than your height to it, if you're correcting. I mean, this is a little bit complicated. I know this is a bit more simple than you'd like, Bev. But there we go. If you're out at sea, you better damn well be trained in it like my sister was, otherwise you might die.
There's tides.
Time? Yeah, that's right, Bev. Go on, Brian.
Yeah, he's leaving out the word level. I said sea level. That's implying a horizontal, a level. There's a mean sea level, but he wants to add waves. No, I didn't say mean sea level on purpose, because you're bringing it down to a parallel with mean sea level when you say sea level. Because mean sea level might be, 2 foot below where you're bringing it because there's undulations on the sea. So that's why I specifically said sea level and not mean sea level. Because mean sea level is a 19-year, is a data collection of a 19-year cycle. So you can't be bringing it down to a data set of a 19-year cycle. You're bringing it down to sea level, which will be making an absolute parallel with mean sea level. The word level. Level is horizontal. That's the point. But he doesn't want to know about that because it proves his claim, but that he doesn't want to prove for some weird reason. Who knows?
Or the same thing. You would think that he would be interested in something like that, but he doesn't seem to be. Either way, I'm going to do this video anyway. I'm not going to be calling names, so you can't dismiss this video on someone calling you a name. I won't be shouting, so you can't dismiss it on someone shouting. I won't be saying anything that is going to involve me attacking anyone personally on the Try Thinking, right? Not thinking server. I won't be doing that. So there's no reason to dismiss it, right? If you're interested,
we're looking at it, Brian. We're doing that.
Try Thinking server.
We're here looking at it, Brian.
Then you
keep poisoning the well though for a bit. Go on.
And you'll do a bit of research after I've shown what I've shown, and you'll find out.
Nathan Oakley taught him this.
If you don't do the research,
no, I'm definitely here pointing out every time you say that you can do fuck all with an angle, or ask for an example where just an angle's used. I play a clip of you saying your latitude's just an angle, humiliating you thoroughly. So I'm definitely here, right by your side there, Bev.
And you just dismiss it based off of your attitude towards me or your personal feelings towards me or whatever, then that's not on me. Okay? Nothing to do with me. Okay. So
it's this is to do with you anyway,
right?
Brian.
I'll keep it simple, right? Here you have
that was very telling. Nothing to do with you anyway, Brian.
Yeah, he doesn't want me involved.
Yeah, very telling.
Here you have
because
a bot.
Go on.
Yeah, he doesn't want me involved, Nathan, because he wants to dismiss me so people don't listen to me and watch my video. He doesn't want anyone listening to me because I can point out without having to say anything about or be angry or anything with him, like on the video. I can point out where he's wrong. He doesn't want people to listen to that. He also said something a minute ago about how Nathan taught you that, right? As if you were teaching me mock celestial navigation, or the celestial navigation is real, but it's really not. And this is all kind of a conspiracy. And he said before that, what was he said? What was the point he was making before? He said, you can, because you went past it, that you were teaching me that. There was something he said, and it was off of what I said, and what I said was directly off of his actual behavior, things he had actually done.
Prove it for your leaders.
Where I was
He said something about proving it for your leader or something like
that. But no, it was before that. It was something that he said before. When he said the point, Nathan taught you that. He was talking about me pointing out some things. What was it? He was bloody memory's gone. He was. My God, I wish I had.
Don't worry, we'll play a bit more. It'll probably come back to you.
Box. Right? This is something Bev does not understand. Right. This green dot here is the observer. This red dot here, let's call it the celestial body. Right. After the corrections, index correction, height of void correction, blah blah blah, are done. Right. What you end up with is an angle. Right. You end up with an angle that has a perpendicular. So this green line here is the observer's zenith, right? That's their zenith, right? The blue line, right, is horizontal, sea level, right? Making a perpendicular with their zenith. The purple line is their angle to the celestial body. Now, the angle is 38.65, right? So if you take that from 90, which is your perpendicular, you end up with a zenith angle. This is the angle off of the zenith to the hypotenuse of this right angle triangle here.
Did he just say a right angle triangle?
Yes, Bev, he's doing things with his angle. Yeah, he's employing principles in celestial navigation to explain how celestial navigation works by showing you with a diagrammatical example of what would be done with the angle if you were doing celestial navigation. That's right. He's doing stuff, Bev. That's right. Is this suspicious?
How is it a point? Is he doing something with an angle? Like, how is that making a point, Bev?
See, this is something he keeps jumping on. He keeps jumping on the right angle triangle, right? Because I keep telling him in celestial navigation, an elevation angle is a right angle triangle. But he never allows it to get to the point, even though I've written this to him personally. He won't address it personally, and he won't allow it to be addressed, is that the opposite side, the hypotenuse is the angle line, the adjacent is the baseline, and the opposite side is the zenith from the celestial body's GP.
You just hold on. You're covering this in the video. You've just literally covered this in the video. I'll normally stop you, but yes,
but he won't allow it to happen.
I'll commend you. In the bit that he played, you did an exceptional job of explaining the basic principle of measuring an angle to a star to get the GP of the star so you can look it up. Yeah, you'd have to note the time. Yeah, you'd have to have an almanac. Yeah, you'd have to be trained in doing this. Yeah, you're going to have to do something with the angle that you measure with your sextant. Yeah, all the above is basically you doing stuff with an angle. But, yeah, you've already done a really good job of it, Brian.
Yes, we have two of them, to be honest.
Right. Where did that come from?
You just draw it. So
it's just magic to triangle.
He's describing a principle in celestial navigation. So when he's like, where's Brian got this triangle from? He told you at the beginning, Dumbo, he wasn't poisoning the well. You did need to pay closer attention. This isn't Brian magicking a triangle. He's employing a principle in celestial navigation in demonstration to you. Not magicking a triangle. Measuring an angle. And one of the principles is that you're going to get the GP of the star directly below the star. That's a vertical line.
Right, so from measuring an angle, Brian has already magicked two right angle triangles. Right? Where did they come from?
What
Where
the hell?
did these triangles come from?
Is the accusation witchcraft now on Brian's part?
Can I bite your bum?
Yeah.
Please, you have fun.
What the hell is he doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a weird one, isn't it?
Just
Because the
getting my-
accusation is Brian's pulling triangles out of his magic hat. I mean,
What is the point of it? What he seems to be going like psychotic, like really losing it. Like,
no, he's back to the point, isn't he? Of you can't have an angle without something. I can't have a slice of cake. I can't have 90 degrees of cake without the cake. This is him going back
that's
to
an
that point.
axiom. He conjured that axiom, and he hasn't provided proof. So now he's like living by that axiom, but he hasn't proven anything. He's going insane.
But he's sneakier than that. He's not allowing the video to get to the point where I speak about the zenith from the GP of the celestial body as being the opposite side. Like an elevation angle on average doesn't have to have the zenith, right? But in celestial navigation, a celestial navigation elevation angle does have that opposite side, making the right angle triangle, and then also making a right angle triangle above it, because you have the co-altitude between the two zeniths that then become your zenith distance along the ocean surface. So
I'm glad you get it, Brian, but
yeah,
I mean, he's
yeah.
so far away from this. I don't even know why you insert all that rich information at this point, because he's going insane here. Like,
well, I'm trying to point out to people that he won't get to that point where it becomes very obvious why there's an opposite side. He won't allow that to happen because he needs to character assassinate the whole thing and character assassinate us and say we have no arguments, and that's what he's at.
Nathan,
all just projection. That's all it is. Everything he does.
Can we move
Everything
on?
He said so far has been one projection after another. He says, "Oh, you're doing this." Guess what he's gonna do? Exactly that. Oh, he accuses another thing. Oh, guess what he's gonna do? Exactly that. He's doing it continually.
Nathan, can you go to Master D and show the slide with the marking on the side on the artificial horizon, please?
But is anybody else seeing this pattern?
I am, Aaron. Yeah.
He's so hardcore projecting at this point. He's like a Clinton operative.
Guys, just one sec. Sorry, what is it? This document with an artificial horizon 17.3.
Yes. Let me read it. The artificial horizon at the bottom. The artificial horizon is used in astronomical observations with the sextant on land, but it cannot be used effectively at sea because of the motion of the Mercury surface. In navigation, therefore, the angles of elevation of the sun are obtained by observing the vertical angle between the sea horizon and the sun. A correction which depends on the height of the sextant above sea level is applied to correct the observed angle for the angle of dip between the observer and the visible horizon. The tray of Mercury is usually enclosed in a glass top box. Right there is what Brian was trying to show him. And what he said was you need a vertical. Well, let's read that. In navigation, therefore, the angles of elevation of the sun are obtained by observing the vertical angle between the sea horizon and the sun, the zenith, the GP. That's the vertical there. And then you subtract from 90 to get the co-altitude, which gives you the zenith distance, which is as good as if you had your vertical with a plumb bob without using the horizon. End the story.
Yeah, the opposite.
He
of the
measured
right-angle triangle.
an angle.
He created based on that. Try it.
Oh, he did something with it. Is that paper again? Yeah, paper. Let me slay it slower. Created. Put. Those are doing words. He's doing something with his angle, right? Is this your objection? So he's managed to somehow brain fuck you into thinking that when he does something, that's bad and wrong and should be considered suspicious because he's done something.
2 triangles.
I guess that's what I'm lying about, right? When I say you can do fuck all with an angle, included in that is magicking 2 fucking right angle triangles.
What that would be doing something, wouldn't it, Bev? So, because it's a principle in celestial navigation and it involves doing something with the angle, it's very suspicious. And no, the reason you're a liar is because I specifically asked you if you knew what relation Polaris had to latitude, and you explicitly said no. Then 10th Man pointed out that you had told him proactively that angles to Polaris give you latitude. Just an angle, you said. That's what makes you a liar. It's in my video. It should be watched by anybody who's in any way uncertain about whether or not Bev is a liar. The video's titled, Bev Try Thinking is a Proven Liar, with an example of him lying. Maybe you'd like to hear that now.
Your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky.
So your latitude is the angle to the light in the sky was something that when asked previous on that very discussion, Bev played dumb about, lied and said he didn't know. But now he's all exasperated, like it's unreasonable that he should be having to affirm that which he's lied about. Also simultaneously debunking his very premise of not being able to do anything with an angle, because your latitude is just an angle to the light in the sky. Right, Wurzel?
So is that where I'm lying?
That's right, that's where you're lying, where I prove it. Yeah? Me asking you if you know about Polaris's relation to latitude and the angle, you saying no, and then 10th Man saying that's a lie. You told me about latitude and the angle giving it you. Then you affirm that the angle is just an angle to a light in the sky. Just an angle, Bev. You say it. So that's you being a liar. But I'm glad you brought it up again, because I can now reiterate over the top of your damage control how big a liar you are with me playing out the example of you lying. Good that, innit? Having an example to play back of your lie over and over and over.
Am I a liar?
Yeah! Yes, definitely a proven liar. Just like my title in the video with you lying in it suggests and demonstrates. For an audience with half a brain. Obviously, the majority of them will hopefully have unsubscribed if they've got the other half of that brain. But the ones with just half a brain, you've weeded out to maybe con money out of or something. I don't know. You've got the really stupid ones that don't recognise that doing something with an angle is doing something with an angle. And he managed to brainwash them to going, oh, look, he's doing something with an angle. He's putting it there. So therefore, that's suspicious. You can't do that. Bev says you can't do anything with an angle. Therefore, as soon as he creates a second triangle, that's doing something, goddamn. Wow, they really are thick over there.
Because I didn't anticipate Brian magicking 2 fucking right angle triangles.
Yeah, they're quite sweary there, aren't you, Bev? Is it because you're frustrated with this damage control that you're having to do based on the lie that you told us when you denied knowing about angles to Polaris giving you latitude? And then 10th Man coming along and going, you've told me that explicitly. That lie that you just told about not knowing, playing dumb, so you can affirm this undermining plan that you've got. Yeah, that didn't work, because 10th Man actually heard you describing what you can do with just an angle, because you told him, Bev, and then proceeded to lie about it in an attempt to undermine us. Not a very clever liar. Like I say, Rumpus took 4 years. You managed to undo your own argument and lie all in one session.
And did Brian think...
Just, I've mentioned it before. Magicking triangles. This appears to be the phrase he's going to use as opposed to what's going off. Because if he uses the phrase of what's going off, he'll be saying, so you put the angle into celestial navigation. You use the angle in celestial navigation. This is what he's actually being described, but he's put it in a vernacular of you're magicking triangles.
Oh, I see. Instead of put or use or do, he's saying magic. So whenever it's an awkward situation where Brian has done something with an angle, he says, "You've magicked extra triangles." No, he's done something with an angle, Bev. But you want to, make it sound like it's magic? No, it literally has saved people's lives. You try to demean that too. Nathan says this saves lives, just an angle. No, elevation angle measurement has saved people's lives with stars. That's right. That's why they train in it, so they don't die at sea. That's the point. It proves a flat Earth with a horizontal baseline. But if you just reduce that to it being magic when you do anything with the angle you've measured, then I suppose to your audience who are dumb and your panel who are even dumber, it would seem like it's, suspicious that he's magicked something? No, he's doing stuff with angles. Describing celestial navigation. Doing stuff, Bev. Doing stuff with angles. Not magic, doing.
I wonder why the theodolite is not called magic, since it measures angles.
Yeah, he won't address that. I brought that up with him. I brought that up with him the other day when he was on Nathan's, and he didn't address it. Just stunned silence. And I've raised it into his live chat, I think, on Tuesday night. I brought it up with other people around him. Not a mention, not a mention of the theodolite, because he can't speak about surveying and he can't speak about theodolites if he says you can do nothing with just an angle, because theodolites only measure one angle, either vertically or horizontally. They can't measure more than two at the same time. A theodolite can measure only one angle. So
I find it surprising that your earlier comment that SC Montreal said they just don't like the sextant argument, moving away from the current discussion here to why he said that. And he said because there's 10 different corrections. Well, when you look into the theodolite and the sextant, it's all mostly calibration to make sure that the instrument is level and that there's the perpendicular error and the culmination errors are not there when you take your elevation angle. So it's instrument correction so they can measure a true 90, a true angle. Whatever you're measuring, it needs to be calibrated to be able to do that. So calibrating your instrument is not magic. It's making sure that it works the right way.
Hold on. Sorry, just correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that in many of Bev's arguments, part of it involves a theodolite?
Yeah, he brings up the theodolite.
Oh, wow. Oh, man.
In his show.
Oh, right. Maybe this will snap a few of his brainwashed idiots out of giving him money and subscribing to him and being members of him. Next time Bev uses one of his proofsies that involves a theodolite, just to see if you're not a brainwashed, cuck, subservient dickhead, say to Bev, you can do fuck all with an angle when he next mentions a theodolite, and just see how he reacts. Just see how that goes down. See if he says no, because these aren't magical angles when I do something with a theodolite. Because as soon as he uses a theodolite in any example, he's doing something with an angle. So, if you're Bev's minion, and you want to test if you're not that subservient cuck that I just described, ask him if he's going to do something with the angle from the theodolite. Don't be so antagonistic as to say you can do fuck all with that angle, Bev. But just say, what are we going to do with the angle from the theodolite? And just see if he rattles off doing something with the angle from the theodolite, or recognises that you're testing him to see if he's brainwashed you into just accepting whatever bullshit he undermines us with in this regard, because he both simultaneously says that creating anything from the angle is magic, as opposed to doing something with it. But obviously, or you could take the other end of the extreme, and when he describes doing something with his theodolite, ask him if it's magic. I mean, it's up to you how you spin it. It's just, figuring out if you're a brainwashed cuck or not.
Well, this is why
Can I just say... Yeah, sorry. Just saying, it sounds like he's got an issue with celestial navigation. I don't know why he's bringing this up with you guys.
Correct.
Because all you guys are doing is relaying celestial navigation, which involves angle measurements, and it works for years. And he needs to take this issue up with somebody else, because You've not made this up.
I said that to him. I said that to him one day.
And
I have another video from Tuesday night where on the live feed, I'm saying these things to him. I bring up the theodolite. I'm talking about it. I said, your argument is with celestial navigation, not with Brian. And there is no addressing of this. They won't address the theodolite. They're just brainwashed over that. Calibration is what you have to do for theodolites and for sextants. Same thing.
Yeah, but we don't even need to discuss this situation with him. It's nothing to do with us.
Yeah, you're spot on your assessment. Your assessment is that his argument is with celestial navigation, not with us. That's correct. That's absolutely spot on. The assessment is your issues with celestial navigation. He probably realises that by the way he baited and by the way he swindled right at the beginning, by literally Brian saying, "Listen up, this isn't me. I'm explaining this celestial navigation to you." Response from Bev, "He's been handed this from giants." Not even fucking kidding. That was his response.
Yeah, but what he says there a minute ago, listen to what he says when he talks about the two right angles. He says, Brian Magic's I wouldn't anticipate that Brian would come up with something like that. He said, I wouldn't anticipate, or I didn't anticipate. In other words, he's basically stating, right, in so many words, he's actually kind of giving himself away. He hasn't anticipated this whole situation. And there he's doing his best to attack it and attack people personally here. Even attack people's families. That's where he's at. That's how far he's gone. I even wrote that in his chat last night.
Let's get to a point, Nathan.
So that people, remove yourself from them people straight away.
I've been saying that to Brian, but I say it while simultaneously off air saying, no, make sure you get more stuff to react to. But yes, my sentiment to the audience is detach yourself from these people. You'll be a lot happier. Go ahead, Tent.
Okay. The issue with the theodolite is it's got a plumb bob for setting it to level, as well as little spirit levels that you can put on it. But it must be set to level. And that's where you get your vertical, where the theodolite is set to vertical. So that's where Bev's going to go. We have no problem with this. Please go back to my artificial horizon citation. Again.
Okay.
Says here, let me make it bigger here. Okay. The artificial horizon is used in astronomical observations with the sextant, which is an angle measuring device, okay, with the sextant on land. But it cannot be used effectively at sea because of the motion of the Mercury's surface, okay? In navigation, therefore, the angles of elevation of the sun are obtained by observing the vertical angle between the sea horizon and the sun. That's the plumb bob. The sun, GP over the earth. That's the plumb bob at sea you got to use, because you can't use anything else because it's moving too much. You can't use your zenith. You got to use the zenith of the sun over the horizon. And then that gives you your elevation angle. And then you subtract that from 90. That would give you the right angle, the total right angle you need. And you have the co-altitude, which gives you your zenith distance. Now, let me express this. If you had a bubble sextant, you have a horizontal at the eye line, which is perfectly horizontal, perfectly flat. Got it? That's an artificial horizon. If you've got a pan of Mercury, that's also an artificial horizon. If you're at sea, you can't do it that way. You have to use the sun over where it's at on Earth, treat that as the plumb bob. That's the vertical. And then you subtract that from 90 to get the remainder co-altitude, which gives you your zenith distance. It's so simple.
Yep, simple as that. But with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
a lovely day.